Hello, Internet. How y'all doing? This is gonna be a first for me. We are doing a 24-hour live stream, and we'll see how many hours of that I can stay up. We're gonna do a 24-hour live stream. I'm going to get a game from a game jam that has been worked on by a couple of the guys, and I'm gonna open this bad boy up. It's in an engine I've never used, in a language I don't even know what language it's in actually. So we'll see how that goes. And I get 24 hours to try to make this game better and then hand it off. It's kind of like a crazy coder version of telephone game. So let's get to it. I'm going to download this uh, zip file. Hopefully y'all can see that. Looks like it is 3.4 megs. All right, let's Project Containment. So I wonder if that is the name of the game or if it's just a fancy name for a zip file. All right, so it's like Godot. Is it Godot or Godot? Let me know. Uh, the the good news is I've never used it, so this ought to be interesting too. I guess I'll give you all a strat I use, which is um, I guess this will since it's in a language that I'm not familiar with, or at least a game engine that I'm not familiar with. I'm going to show you all how I leverage AI. And AI, people, whatever your opinion is on it, it's just a tool. It's just like back in the day, if you knew how to use a library, you could, the Dewey Decimal System, you could find a book. You find a book, then you could get the reference and learn some stuff. Or you learned how to use, AOL keywords, maybe you find that website. Or you learn how to use a search engine, you know, maybe you could find that thing you're looking for. Or you learn how to use Stack Overflow, right? You find that content. Same thing. AI, it's the same thing. It's you got to learn how to use the tool, and so AI is really good for helping you out with some of the easy stuff. It helps you with converting things and answers a lot of fairly straightforward questions. If you could search it up on the internet, then AI is kind of like just a speedier version of that. Uh, Technically, that's not how it works, but practically, that's how you could look at it. So I need to figure out if like what is going on here. We have a cell gen assets. All right, so right off the bat, I'm going to need an editor. So is this? Oh, here we go. Changes text file. Let me bring this. Can y'all see this? All right, there we go. Cell Celogen. Current situation. PurePer's system is not workable. PurePer's function is not clear enough. PurePer's main scene is workable, but not without making more spaghetti. Uh, so Celogen's decided to rework most of the elements. All right. So Celogen's got a lot of opinions. Let's get that clear. Uh, let's see. What is missing from my systems? More instructions for worker, which is the closest thing, such as the closest lift to move up and down going into containment rooms. Okay, so we've got some kind of a elevator system happening. An interaction for instruction buttons that's inside each selected worker's tab. All right. Different options for analyzing a monster. Okay. Plan was to have 4 choices for worker to take action with a monster inside the containment room. Okay, so we got we're containing monsters or we're in there with the monsters. Please try to be friendly. Inspect, try to get more out of the monster. Figure out what its weaknesses or what they like. Retaliate, try to take control of the monster. It's more dangerous but rewarding approach. Offense, try to use weaponry or torture on the monster for taming it. Extremely dangerous with little reward. This option may eliminate the monster in the process. Okay. Um, if all of those features are done, then core gameplay will be done and be ready to add spicy stuff. I would like to finish this project regardless of what state it is. All right, so Celogen's given us some notes. We will respond here with ours as the situation unfolds. So I'm just going to park this up here, and this we'll just keep our notes up here on this notepad. All right. So when I use AI, I'm using ChatGPT and Grok. Those are the two that I like. Um, Pros and cons. Uh, just sometimes I try both, but uh, they're both they're both pretty decent. Grok, I would say, is not quite as good as ChatGPT 4, but interestingly enough, it's been getting a lot of updates, and they don't quite name them and announce them the same way that ChatGPT does. So it feels like every week it gets better. I don't know if that's true, but so anyway, they're both pretty good. Now I need to figure out how to like what editor should I use for? It's like it's a Redot or a Godo, a Godot. Um, good, game engine. Let's see. There's a built-in auto completion for GD script. Okay, so we can maybe use Visual Studio Code. Let's just check it out. Do we know if this is? I just want to know if this is the fork or if this is the mainline game engine. Is this? And then so I'm going to ask. So while we're there, let's just look up both. So we'll do Veto game engine. Again, is it Redot? Redot? Redot is the cross-platform game engine that allows users blah blah blah. Community-driven fork. All right. I just don't know if the tools are included in this. So let's just look. We'll look for a getting started. So this will be really. Listen, if you're new to programming, I've been doing it a little bit since before I had a gray beard, and everything feels scary and like daunting at first. And you just got to dig in, and you realize it's all kind of similar, just different flavors. It's like cooking, and so you just got to go in and try stuff. And so what we're going to do is get the editor and get an editor downloaded, and then try to get this project loaded, and hopefully it compiles. That would be ideal. And if it compiles and stuff, then um, we can then see what this game's about, try to play it if it's to a playable state or not, and then the rules of this contest are, basically um, do whatever for 24 hours. So we'll try to do something fun. I am a professional game developer, uh, so not that that means much. It just means that I've made and shipped a bunch of games, um, and we'll give it a good old try here. So we got getting the engine. Go to the Redot website. All right, let's go here. Okay, so the guys are telling me it's Redot. So let's check out this Redot website. Download. I will say that that's taken a little bit longer than I'd like. Redot guys, make site faster. And I have a Discord and a Twitter contribution guide. All right, so kind of normal stuff. This is not going fast. Let's try. There it is. All right, cool. So, download Redot for Windows. Ignite your imagination. Cross-platform 2D and 3D and interactive experience. Damn, this sounds like everything. So let's download latest, I'm assuming. We will extract this. I use 7-zip. For regular old zips, you can use Windows stuff, um, like the built-in. What the hell? Do we have a zip inside of a zip? What kind of a... Okay, you got me there. What? Let's do that again. Let's see which one was first. Okay, so I wonder if I zipped it. That's what I probably did, was zipped it. Okay, extracted. I'm still not a fan of having a folder with a .exe name on it. That seems kind of wonky. But let's fire this bad boy up and see what's going on. Let's see, I don't have any projects yet. Well, cool. I'm about to get one. So be prepared. Project containment. All right, let's just see if we can import this project. Okay, project.Godo. Oh, okay. So it's got a, I believe that's the icon. It's the Redot icon, but it's so they're like compatible with Godot. It seems like still, which is cool. And it's kind of like a murder mystery here, folks. We're trying to figure out what's going on because these guys, intentionally to make it more spicy, I guess, didn't give me any information. And to be fair, I didn't ask much either. But we have Celogen and Puper, and I see Celogen and Pew here, and so looks like okay. Valid project found it. Let's do it. Import and edit. Now I've never used this game engine, so this would be kind of like if you were to go and you get convinced that this is the game engine for you to try, and you go and download some open source game engine. This is your exact process. This is like pretty much what you would do from the get-go, especially if you didn't know anything about it. So, like, follow along with me on this newbie tale. So they have notes in here, and it's the same notes I had open. Okay, cool. So I saved my text file, and it said, "You've got changes." It kind of reminds me of Radio Shack, where you've got questions, we've got answers. All right, what do we have here? Okay, we've got some. I don't even know what language is this. So here's a good use of AI. I don't recognize this language, and I'm just going to fire it into ChatGPT and say, what language is this from a game.gd file? And I don't know if it matters, but I always use the backticks when I put code in there. I don't know if it even matters. This is written in GD script, scripting language used by Godot. It's a Python-like language, which that's great if you know Python. I don't. I've only ever edited scripts. I've never really written anything in Python. Um, let's see. Optimize for easy use. Blah blah blah. Okay. So this is the kind of the fun part about AI is it's basically going to summarize it. The way I would ask a buddy at work if I didn't know anything about this, I'd say, "Hey, yo, what? Like, give me a like a tiny overview of what am I looking at?" So AI is going to summarize it. Node extensions and classes extends node 2D. Uh, okay, so this extends node 2D class, which is a 2D node in a scene hierarchy. Okay, I don't know what that means yet, but we're going to figure that out. We'll, I'll show you more AI questions. We can basically ask it to, if you know something about a different language or game engine like Unity or Unreal, you can ask it how it relates to those things, and generally you can get the analogous relationship there, and it helps you kind of grok the understanding better. Class name containment room, custom class, typed variables and on ready. Okay. Keyword delays initialization until the node is ready. Okay, so that maybe that's kind of like a start override in Unity, maybe. Uh, Variables are typed. Marker 2D bool for clarity. Yeah. Let's see. So this is returning a bool. Yeah. Okay, so the return type. So whereas in C sharp this would maybe say bool get monster, not have this. We're putting the return type at the end of the func declaration. So okay, fine. Push error is used to log errors to the console. Okay, that's good. So this would be like a console.log or console.warning, or in Unity a debug.log, that kind of a thing. Or printf in C. So custom logic implements the handling of monsters and doors and checks for null references and Boolean conditions. All right, cool. So, all right, so just had a giant boom outside. Let me see. If you all are watching me on X, then that's cool. Welcome. Um, I am fairly new to streaming, so I'm definitely not a pro, but I would like to stream more. And so if you like this, then you know, give me a comment or otherwise, and let me know. Or if you don't like it, tell me. Tell me what you don't like. You don't like my face? I have like a punchable face. Damn. So okay, so we got this. This thing's kind of like Python. We've got a few functions in here. Uh, to be honest, I'm trying to figure out like where the code is. So this is just we've got uh, the changes text file, which is like notes from the other guys, and then we have containment room.gd, which is got some four functions in it and defines a couple of variables. It looks like, but there's not much code in here. So this is part of the research project: is where does the code live? And it's kind of fantastic. I mean, I've literally have never even used this editor or this language. So, you know, I suppose my suffering will be the entertainment for this stream. I'm looking at this inspector on the left. So we have this top level gameplay node. Oh wait, do we have a 3D view? That looks empty. So in these in 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 games, right? A lot of times we use 3D. Sometimes it's just 2D. Sometimes it's a mix. Well, if you've never used 3D tools, there's always this little thing here that looks like a molecule or something, some kind of like you know chemistry diagram of you know a compound or whatever. Um, you basically just drag these little bits around, and if you squint hard enough, you can kind of imagine the three axes and how things rotate, translate, on the axes. And when in doubt, look for this little tool thing, like in Blender or whatever else, and you can kind of monkey around. But I don't see anything. There's nothing. We just have the axes here. They align with these colors, red, green, blue. Nada. Okay, what in the world is this? So 2D, we've got a Mercedes logo on the right, and maybe these are containment rooms? I honestly don't even know what I'm looking at here. We are, you know what, but we're going to make this thing awesome. This is going to be at least 2 to 3 times the awesomeness when we're done. Because we got 24 hours, and it's only been like 10 minutes. Oh, it's been 22 minutes. Okay, looks like I'm not sleeping. We've got, we're zoomed way out, so let's zoom in and see what's going on here. So it looks like in this editor, oh, we've got notes. What are we looking at here? So we've got, this looks like text, move around label. So this may be tutorial stuff. Oh yeah, help box. Okay, so we have a okay, there's a UI node here. All right, so that's good. In um, in in most game engines, in games in general, you have UI, which is the stuff, right? That you kind of like clicky interact with. It's not in the game. And then you have the game part. The dudes running around, whatever, Lara Croft doing some cool flips and stuff. Normally, they're kind of separate because you have a camera maybe in a 2D or 3D game. There's almost always a camera, whether or not you think of it that way. That's that has rules for panning and zooming and stuff to try to stay around the character. We call it a character trap. So it's like some like sub rectangle that the camera kind of stays on, so that you can get panning right. Well, you don't want the UI involved in any of that, and so the UI is kind of on the separate layer, if you want to think of it, or in web terms, it would be like a different z-index set, and it just the way it scales with resolution is very different, right? All kinds of stuff, and so we almost always separate those. And so I'm looking at this hierarchy here on the left, and UI has its own. Oh, there you can see it says type canvas layer. Where was that? Come on, tooltip. Yeah. So the UI is in its own thing. Here we go. We're going to collapse this. So this top level node is called gameplay. We've got backgrounds. Okay, great. An interactive camera. All right. There we go. We've got rooms, doors, floors, lifts, workers, assaulters, monsters, an interface area, okay, an interface, and then a UI with a brush. So a canvas layer. So this might be the visuals, the visual parts of that, where we do the layout. Like in the web, this might be, you might think of these as your divs. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm just kind of inferring this. And so we have this interface panel. It's highlighting this thing. Okay, it says quota. And I want to try to, so here's the tricky part when you're dealing with these visual editors. If you click around, sometimes, like see how I'm in the selection mode here? What I don't want to do is drag a bunch of stuff around and then mess it up accidentally because I've never used this editor. Usually the hand means you can pan stuff, so yeah, pan. And that usually gives me control to drag without messing stuff up. So look for the hand. Okay, so we definitely have Mercedes logos on doors. Looks like doors. And okay. And then these like capsule things here. We've got workers. Let's read these tooltips and see what they're trying to tell us. The objective is to get through the quota. You can get points by containing a monster and keep it secure, or by eliminating threats. Your job is to organize a team of workers that will make sure to get through the quota. Idea inspired by Lobotomy Corporation. Read changes.txt. Okay, that's good. Move around WASD. All right, I wonder if that's already been bound up. Left and right mouse is for select and cancel. Zoom in and out is with scroll. And middle mouse button is the default zoom. So maybe take you back in case you got way too in or out. All right, so I'm starting to see the thing here. We got, oh, these are lifts. Okay, I wonder if there's a play. Normally, there we go. Okay, run the project, run the current scene, and run a specific scene. So for the non-game developers, the term in games we use is scenes. Basically, the best way to think of it is a page in a website. It's sort of a self-contained group of all the stuff you need, the images, the CSS, and all the HTML and all that junk. And it's in a spot, right? Kind of the URL. dictates like where the thing lives, and then everything that it might reference is generally related after that in the hierarchy. And so the in a game we have scenes, which are basically like a fancy page, and it lets us do something like load a scene or unload a scene and get the junk out of memory, right? And so normally the easiest way to start with your game is to make a scene for each level. Level 1, level 2, level 3, and then you also make a scene for, say, your loading, your home page, or your splash screen, like, oh, cool, gamedevstudio.com, right? And then you might have a scene for credits. You might have a scene for the ending, like the payoff. Um, you might have a main menu scene, and if you have a multiplayer game, you probably have a debug scene injected there right at the beginning, like before any of the other scenes launch. You inject one so that you can pick like which server should it try to connect to and that kind of stuff. Um, and then you generally never ever see that, but the devs always have a debug scene kind of at the beginning. But let's try to run this project and see if we just have one scene or not, and if it even works. Okay, so we're running. Let me make this big. Okay, so that UI stuff that we read is down here on the bottom, left and right. This guide button shows and hides those. All right. We've got we've got lifts. Okay, and clicking on anything. Okay, so these things, these are I think that's the Redot. That's the icon for this stuff. So a little bit of a little bit of subconscious advertising right in your game jam. So we've got Elizabeth, Kyle, and Kevin. 50 health, psyche, resistance, swiftness, determination, attack, and move. Okay. All right. Well, let's try attack. What does attack do? We don't know. All right. Move. Okay. Quota. This is some UI thing up here. We're not seeing that. Um, if okay, sounds good. I'm gonna ask chat if y'all. I see there's chat and Twitter, so I'll try to read it and keep up. Twitter, the X, formerly known as Twitter. Let me know if the audio is good, and I can mix up or down the levels. So before we get going on, what do we do with this project? Because right now I got a few questions. Let me look into the clues I got, and the clues are in this notes. I believe somewhere in here it said this was inspired by another game. I remember reading that somewhere. Do anybody out there remember where? Let's see. I wonder if we can find in files. Inspire. Did I read that properly? No. Okay, and it must have been in the UI then if it's not in this bad boy. How do I get back to this script? Oh, 2D up here. Okay, so this is an interesting. So for this game engine editor, we have the views, and the 2D view, the 3D view is different, which we're not using apparently, and the script view. I don't know what asset lib. This must be all the images and stuff. But these are kind of. It looks like they're separate. So normally in Unity or Unreal Engine, you have or Visual Studio, you got a ton more windows, and it's a little daunting at first. Um, and so you kind of you might have multiple things up at once, and this one's really kind of saying, hey, you can either look at the scene or look at the code. And So it must have been in here. Inspired by Lobotomy Corporation. Okay. So first of all, I'm bummed that the filter that searching when I did Control Shift F. I don't know if y'all can see my little uh, look, my keyboard and mouse deal that I made. It's not even, we're not even getting to search this whole project. So I would have liked the search to search the UI text as well. Lobotomy Corporation. And shout out to Lobotomy Corporation. I don't know who you are, but let's take a look at it and just see if we can get an idea of what this game's about so that we can do it justice. All right. Lobotomy Corporation, Face the Fear. This is the wiki of it. I don't know if this is going to help. Okay, so we're going to keep this screen up because it looks like it's going to be a pretty decent reference for perhaps how some of the stuff functions. But right now, I don't need that. I want to just see it in action. So let's find a video. Lobotomy Corp official trailer. Little loud. Okay, so we got a little guy walking through rooms. He's got some kind of meter going up here. Okay, does he like her? Wasn't there a Fallout game that was kind of... I wonder if that just... It reminds me of that old Fallout, like, phone game. I don't know if it's anything related. Oh. She just got messed up. Snake in the face? Alright. Okay. So the monster's out. Oh, snap. Alright. It's getting dark now. You get the grinder. It's like Fargo. Okay. We're making a horror game, it looks like. If this is anything. Okay, so we're gonna need tunes. Luckily, I have purchased a bunch of tunes, so maybe we get some tunes in this thing. Some epic soundtrack in there. Get some sound effects. I got some stuff. I think we can dig through and find some stuff. All right. So this is fun to look at. It's very well done, this trailer. Go ahead and give you a like there, Moon Project. It's creepy. I still don't know. I have no idea what the gameplay's about. Sorry, folks. So let's do Lobotomy Corp long play with no commentary. All right, 45 minutes. So we're not going to watch this all the way through, but let's just get a tiny taste of what's happening here. Okay, so a lot of text. Little JRPG there at the beginning. And what's going on here? So we have Anastasia Sim shall reach. What is this? Okay. Build empathy, examine awareness. So it's unclear to me if this is actually relevant or just kind of a cool look on things, like a way to do timers, just having all those things flow in and out. Uh, yeah, this is. All right. Well, we're gonna spend a few minutes and just figure out what this is. If you want to hit me up in the chat and give me some pro tips to get at it. So they're saying, yeah. Let's see, chat. Chat. Oh yeah, we got a lot of chat going on. So chat is saying that yeah, that Fallout game that I mentioned is uh, kind of like it. And okay, what do we got here? We're doing basic eyes, panic eyes. Okay, so they're making a face. Oh, okay, they're making a face up here. All right, YouTube and X and whoever else is out there. This is a this is an interesting situation because I don't really even understand this game yet. It's kind of funky. Like it's not the what we call the core toy. So the games a lot of times you have the meta, which is like all the screens, and you're gonna upgrade a dude and get XP and all the stuff. And then you have upgrade a gun, blah blah blah. And then you have the core toy, which is the action part. So if it's Mario, you're running around, whatever. And in this game, it looks more like a menu, like it's a UI kind of a game where there's not a lot of core toy. You're sort of macro managing, this tiny little world where people are running around doing stuff, and maybe you're upgrading these guys and making them smarter. It sounds like um, we're trying to earn points by containing monsters and keeping it secure. So apparently, keeping it secure means they can get out, or eliminating threats. So threats may be monsters or maybe your boss. I don't know what the thing's about. Um, but what I do know we're gonna need is until I get inspired on um, how to add to this gameplay right off the bat. I know that there's some guys going after me, and they're gonna want to. If one of them knows about this game, they're probably gonna do gameplay, right? Naturally, they're gonna understand. They'll see this and go, "Oh shoot, I know how this is gonna work." And so there's a bunch of stuff that we're gonna need in the game that isn't gameplay. We're gonna need tunes, so I need a way to like trigger sound effects. I need a way to trigger music and have it loop. A way to stop those things. We may want to see if how the debug logging's working out. So we may add something to help with that. We may add a splash screen and stub it all out with a animation effect or something so that the other guys can come in and put the artwork in. Right? We may want to add the credit screen. We may want to add, you see what I'm saying? There's a lot of other stuff that has to go into making a game that isn't just the gameplay. And right now, I don't understand how. It's not clear to me how to make this cool. Like I can make something move around and have a rectangle attack a circle, but that's not necessarily cool, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do. So what I can do is set up the guys coming after me for success by taking care of a lot of other stuff. And and this will be good because making a game, we think about the core toy, the fun part, as the game, and frankly, most of the work is not that. Usually, the core toy is some subset, and it's oftentimes not even the biggest subset. It's the menu systems and the sound systems and the error like debugging systems, all the scene transitions, all that stuff is the is sort of the purpose. Is the bulk of the game. The core toy gets all the people are thinking about the core toy. The designers have to think about kind of all of it and how it affects. Um, but also, most people don't want to do all that other stuff because it's not glamorous. And but guess what? I'm not glamorous. So let me while chat sorts some things out. The I'm gonna get some tunes in. I'm gonna show you how to do some quick debugging stuff. I'll figure it out with you, and we'll get some sound effects in. We'll try to make it easy to be modifiable so that the guys coming after us can wire that stuff up easily and not have to deal with it. I'm also gonna put in. Uh, let's do this. Let's write some notes, and I'm also going to put in scene transitions. We'll do a splash. We'll do like an end scene, credits, and then we'll see what kind of time. Maybe by then I'll have watched enough of these long play videos out of the corner of my eye to know what the deuce we're doing here. So let's do this. Goals. We're going to do SFX, music, call it stubs. I call it stubs, which is basically when you put something in, you get it working, but the creative folks, whether that's you or other people later, can come in and just kind of swap assets out. Makes it real easy to just overwrite some PNG files or some OGG files, and and not have to worry about coding it up. So a lot of times the programmers can really help by putting in stubs for creative, and so we'll do that. We'll do a kind of a loading. It's not really loading. It'll be a splash screen. A lot of times it's that's where you hide loading at the beginning of the game. We'll do a credits screen, which will be the kind of the end game end screen. So that's those are going to be those will be our first goals, and then we'll try to add even more to that. So first thing we need to do is trigger. Let's start with a sound effect. So first thing we need to do is figure out how to even trigger a sound effect and where the files should go in the project, that kind of thing. So let me pause this video, and then we'll get back to uh, Grok here and say where should OGG assets go in a Godo project. And so let's see, they need to go into the res directory. So res audio. Okay. So, okay, I see it down here in our favorites. We have res, we have assets. Okay. A lot of times assets are images. They're also the 3D models and meshes and animations and all that kind of related stuff. Uh, in Unity, okay, everything's kind of an asset, it seems like. Your scenes and your icons and all kinds of stuff. So we've got weapons. Okay, so we do have some assets, image assets in here. We've got some placeholder assets for the containment door, containment room. Oblivion, I don't know what that is, but it's got some icons. Okay, so, oh, we got Pew has global, and containment room, gameplay door. Okay, so these, like door and monster, these are script files for, like subsets of things in this project. Auto load assets. Okay, what is this? So this is auto loading. Okay, images. That's a PNG, and TS. So a scene file probably. Yeah, scenes. And I don't know why these guys have their folders separate, but That's fine. So Chat GPT says making audio is a common thing. I don't know if this assets folder is necessary, like it needs to be within this path or not. Let's just try it without doing that. Let's just create a new folder, audio, and then I like to break it out kind of the way it breaks the audio out here with subfolders for SFX, which are like one-shot sounds, bloop, beeps and bloops and gunshots, and then music, which usually is looped. And then a lot of times too, if I have dialogue in the game, I create a separate dialogue directory, and it helps because the actors should do the recording for the dialogue. A lot of times you'll just stub those things in, and you know what that they need to say a line there, but you don't have that line, so you can stub in a programmer OGG file that says line goes here, and then it, you know they just have to replace the OGG files. Okay, so we've got our folders. Let's go ahead and put uh, let me open up some of my licensed assets that I have. Let me get them out here. I just got to find them. I got to go through. So I've bought, music and stuff over the years from Humble Bundle and all that stuff. Um, and so I'm going to grab a couple and we will see what we'll listen to some and then we'll see what we think sounds good. Assets licensed. Sorry, folks. This is what you get when you're watching the live and the stress of time. Only 24 hours. Let me download some of this stuff from my GitHub where I've got it. So I want to clone. This is the boring part where you have to wait for me to download a thing. And I'm interested to see, actually, I'll find out here in a second. How many assets have I purchased? Feels like a lot. I'm about to find out. If I got like 100 sound files, a million sound files, probably not. Here it is, my licensed sound files. So let me download that bad boy. That's it's over 100 megs. So we got that going for us. We'll make this. I'll put it over here so y'all can see what's going on. The assets licensed. Okay, it's over 900 megs. The We're over 1.1, 1.2 gigs. Okay, so we're gonna have some stuff to dig through. That's good. So while we're waiting for that to download, let's look at the theme for this thing. It's a containment, project containment, and the pictures I have are Oblivion, Dread, uh, weapons. We've got a pistol and a sword. Okay, so uh, you know we're in the world where you could and some kind of an AR. where you may be shooting somebody or, you know, stabbing them to death with a longsword. A lot of range, you know, a lot of range here in this game. It reminds me of an old RPG that I made from back in 2008, which did have both longswords and a variety of guns. It was a little bit tongue-in-cheek. It was called Domain of Heroes. It was not super popular. I think 80,000 players, but it was it was fun. We did updates almost every day for years. It was great. And if you ever do find videos of it, you know, be impressed by the text-based UI with icons from back in the days when icons were 10 by 10 pixels. All right, fellas, here's the deal. Over 3 gigabytes of licensed assets. So that's a lot. I'm hoping now that I've got the folders named well enough that it'll be quick to dig through. But aside from that, let's just pretend that we have an asset. And so then let's ask Grok, how do I play a sound effect? And just see what it says, and then usually you kind of give a high level question, and then you kind of dig in deeper to how the thing actually like you'll figure out where you get stuffed, and you ask it more questions. So we're going to navigate. So the path. Let's see. We right click add a child node, search for audio stream player, add it. This is specifically for playing one shot sound effect audio. Okay. With the audio stream player node, you give it a property. Okay. So I'm not a huge fan of this. We'll start out this way where we make a node for each sound effect, but the reality is it would suck if you had to make a node for every sound effect. But we'll go with it and then refactor it later. So I like to before I like gold plate a system and figure out uh, the perfect you know structure of how to organize everything. I like to get it working, do it the brute force, the hackiest way possible, get it working, do that a couple times, and then I figure out where I'm being repetitive or where the pain is. I figure out how to take that repetition or pain away and build the system from there. And then you kind of, most of the time, you end up with something that's better than you would have built from the beginning because you've gone after eliminating the hard parts and the painful parts instead of designing something that abstractly you thought about before you solved the problem. So then we're going to play the thing by calling play on the player in the node. Okay. And then if you want to play it in response to an event, yeah, put it behind a button press. So that's how we'll test it. We'll actually just put we'll put a little debug maybe section up on the game, and that in the final build, the developer who has that, the programmer can just hide that thing. But that way we'll have a little debug tool that we can use throughout development. Makes it nice. Make any tools you can make, in the game, outside of the game. Tools, you'll never regret building good tools. The tools, that's some career advice there, which is like build all the tools. Okay, so I have these files. I'm going to move them, and then we'll dig through a couple of them and get them into the project. If you need to play multiple sound effects at the same time, okay, fine. Then you need to stop the sound before it finishes. Oh, you need to add another audio node for each sound, or consider you're using positional audio. Okay, so positional, this 2D and 3D. When you're in a game and you hear footsteps like on the left or right, like Fortnite or whatever, it's a position-based audio. So you could imagine, instead of the audio being played like from a god horn, up in the sky, it's played from a spot in the level, and then based on where the camera is, cameras a lot of time have an audio listener, because the idea is that a camera is like the player's eyes, the audio listener is like the player's ears. So camera will have an audio listener, and then these sound effects play from a spot in the world, and that's how you get left and right, or audio that you know feels 3D. That's how they do that. So cameras generally got ears. For this kind of a game where we're sort of already a god mode, we're looking at it from high up, and we're not seeing it from within that level, just regular old audio is probably going to be fine. And then, all right, remember that sounds, okay, good. We are moving these files at a glacial speed here. I don't know what the hell's going on. So maybe instead of moving these files, I'll just search for them where they're at in this downloads thing. Oh, shoot. That's why they were in a zip. I gotta unzip them first. All right. The For those of you watching, the this little keyboard thing on the screen that looks like a kind of a keyboard with the blue rectangle around it. That top bar, if you haven't already figured out, is essentially my CPU. So you can see if my computer's working on something or not. And then this little tiny square is my mouse. Move my mouse, and then when I click on stuff, you'll see the clicky. And then when I'm typing on stuff, you see the typey. So it's just kind of a fun little thing I made. It's on my GitHub. If you do care about, you can have it and monkey around with it and put it on your streams. My GitHub is AK Murray. You download it and change it and do whatever. Okay, so we're getting all these assets unzipped. So let's think about, while we're waiting for that, what our first tune should be. So let's do a sound effect first, because it's just a one shot. And then once we play that, we'll do a music and figure out how to loop it. And then we can kind of move on from there and cruise through the first pass. Maybe we'll do the scene transitions, and then we'll come back and enhance that stuff. Okay. Finally, we got stuff unzipped. And we want to go into audio. And I hope you all will be able to hear this. Let's see. We want, what kind of tunes should we do? We should do, what is this? What is this game? We're in a Project Containment, so kind of like a Fallout or Nuclear, or let's see, Nuclear. Let's just cruise through some of these. RPG, world music. Oh, world. We have, so these are sound effects, battle sound effects. So okay, so that's a sword swish. Maybe that works for our sword attack. There's swish. That's kind of like a throwing a sword or something. All right. In the essence of stubs, let's just get this Swish 2 wave in there. So let's go to our project, audio, SFX, copy Swish 2, paste him in. All right, let's see if he shows up in this res thing. Nice, so that updates in real time. Appreciate you, uh, Redot engine, for doing that. And then we did see a gun, so maybe we try to get a couple other guns in there. Gun sound pack. Game Master Audio gun sound pack. All right, this is, oh boy. This is a heavy machine gun reload. All right, pistol. So we could use that as kind of a reload. Let's go ahead and use that as a reload. And then we'll try to, that's if you're empty. I don't know if you're ever going to run out of ammo, but we'll just keep that one for now. And then we need a shooting. Oh, here's an insert mag. Yeah. And, okay, we'll take this pistol shot. We'll just go with that. All right. So we have our sound effects, because we did find a sword and a pistol. And we have these lifts, which is an elevator. I wonder if we have a door sound. Or if we have an elevator sound. Elevator sound. Waiting. Alright, we'll let that think about it for a sec. Okay, so we've got some sound effects. Those are loaded in there. And now, let's just figure out how to get a UI button added, and so we can trigger our sound to test adding a sound. So, let's go down to our UI and see. We've got our quota container, a selected container, okay. The tab container, I'll see where that is. The help box, alright. Okay, so a scroll container, objective box, the help button. That was the thing that showed and hide. So let's copy this button and paste and see if that works. We don't want them nested necessarily. So this is going to be SFX test. We'll just call it a test button here. And I'm going to go ahead and add a container. Let's see if it's easy to do that. I want to add a, let's just call it child node. What kind of a node is it? It is some kind of container. Should it be a box? A child that arranges its controls horizontally or vertically? No, maybe. That might be work nice for a debug thing. Just have a bunch of vertically oriented buttons. Let's try that. And then we'll put in our SFX button inside of that vertical box thing. And I wonder if there's a way that I can see this thing. Like, how do you, like, zoom me in, Godo? Where do I live here? Oh, up here. Is it this? All right. So remember I was saying that we have the hand in most game, editors means pan around and don't worry, you're not going to mess stuff up. And then you have the arrow, which means select stuff and maybe it does stuff. So this is where you can really screw things up. Like you just start selecting stuff and dragging, thinking you're panning. But sometimes it is that. So let's see if okay, I don't want to move that. So that was, I'm going to control Z and hope it goes back to where it was because I don't know what that is. Interface collision. The guide. Okay, so here's my text. But on the right, see this text over here for this button? I'm going to call this SFX test so we can see what we're looking at. It has, let's see, can I move it easily? Okay, so it looks like We've got another mode which is move. So the arrows like a map, the cardinal directions, the compass rose thing. That I'm dragging, maybe. Okay. All right. Now I see this little lock on here, and I'm wondering if that means don't let this thing get moved. If it's some kind of layout lock, or if it's totally unrelated. Everybody who knows is laughing. How do I move this junk? So I've got it. I'm going to select it with the arrow. I'm going to see if arrows work. No? Arrows no worky? How about move? Move with arrows worky? No. Okay. Remember how we picked the vertical box and it said that it orients buttons either vertically or if we pick the horizontal, it does that? A lot of times when you do that, the control over where your thing lives is taken away from you because the container is in control of the layout. And so let's see if we can move the container itself. So I'm going to click the container and then see if that drags. There you go. All right. So I was trying to move the button, and remember I put it in a container that's like, hey, I'm going to do that for you. So this is good. So now I've got my button. I'm just going to move it out of the way so it's not overlapping. I don't know what this thing is. Okay, it's an interface panel, so that wasn't me. So now I've got a button. I've got a container for it. And now what we need to do is wire it up to some code. And this is probably where there's going to be like a religious holy war happen after I do this. But somewhere some code needs to run behind this. And it might be configuration that we do in the properties, or it's going to be in actual code. And then the age-old question of where to put that code, because you think it makes sense to be in an audio manager class. Some other guy thinks it makes sense to be in this level. Some other guy wants it to be embedded within an object. Some other guy wants it to be as part of the user interface sound, whatever response library. Some other guy wants it to be in the human events handler, scripts. Best of luck. You're not going to do it right. So we've got our button, and we need to make that thing. So I remember up here it said I had to add something to the scene. In the scene tree, right click, add child node. And that's this guy here. I'm going to add a child node. Okay. And then it says what I want to add. Search for audio stream player. Okay. So there's a listener. Remember we talked about that positional sound. Audio listener. Audio stream player. All right. Let's do that. So now we have an audio stream player at the bottom. And add it to the scene. This is node for one shots. And now double clicking on this, we should have a stream, which is like saying the source, I believe. And then browse for the OGG file. Okay. I don't see that browse happening, so let's just say it's a new audio stream. No? With a resource. Maybe I have to set the path specifically. Is that, let's try it. Let's just see if it works. So we're going to set this to swish 2 because it's the shortest name. .wave. Okay. And we'll just call it test. Okay. So I picked new audio stream. I didn't pick new audio stream wave. I wonder if that matters. I'm gonna change it to wave just to make sure that if the engine itself isn't gonna try to be smart with the file extension, then what the? Did you see that? Swish 2 wave. I hit the V and it goes away. Funky. that is truly. Check this out. WAV. Okay. Well, I can't spend all day doing that. Let's go back to audio stream. Waved. What the? What? Now I'm super confused, y'all. It's it's just vanishing when I type that in. I have no idea. Let's see if I can drag it. Okay. So that seemed to work. Interestingly, it picked up test that I typed in. It's a mystery. Somewhere in there it remembered some stuff, some metadata, and I don't know how that works yet, but we'll figure that out. Okay. So let's see now if this actually works. Let's hit play. These guys drop down, so that's interesting. There's a little bit of a gravity effect. And let us see. So here's our button, SFX test. And we click it, and nothing happens. So that's exciting and fun. Click. Nothing. All right, sweet. So that's not working. I'm going to kill this stream player just to see if I have the same troubles adding again. So add child node audio stream player. We'll go here and pick a wave, and specifically maybe we quick load. Open. Okay, so now we've got a wave loaded. We didn't type it in, we just quick loaded it from this little drop down. And playing, pitch, volume. Okay. Ah, here's the here's the funny part. So we've got the stream player, which is the configuration of which file to play. We've got our button. These two, we haven't told them how to work together yet. So that's what we got to do. That's why I didn't play anything. We got to actually wire up the button. And remember that, folks. Always wire up your buttons. Don't leave them unbuttoned. It's awkward for you and everyone else watching the stream. So we need to play the sound. In our script, we can play the sound by calling the play method on the audio stream player. Okay, so we got to get probably a reference to that audio stream player, and then we need to play the sound. So back to the thing of where does this bad boy go? Where do we put this code? And the answer is you're going to put it in the wrong spot. But we will have to make a decision and run with it. So what I hope happens, I'm going to click on this button and see if I double click on it, it picks a spot for me to give me a clue. Because again, like I haven't used this game engine, I haven't used this language. I don't know how they like to, how this, game engine likes to organize their code. And so button, I'm looking for any events or mouse. Well, let's see. Where do we do the click handler? So most buttons have a click handler. And where would that be? So let's ask. This is why we have, let's see, where do I define the click handler for the button? Okay, select your button in the scene. In the node inspector on the right, so find the section for signals under signal. Okay. Click signal. I don't know how that search is working. Okay. Wow. Do y'all think that there's a signal? First of all, folks, I've never heard of it makes a lot of sense. Signal, like you know, a click handler being under Signal, it makes sense. Generally, at least for the last 30 years, maybe more, it's these kind of things have been labeled events, and so, but Signals is perhaps more proper and more appropriate, just non-standard. And so, what's great about new engines is everybody gets a chance to be clever, just totally take a dump on everything that everybody knows. Uh, the future's probably gonna be fine with it, but us here in the intermediate, in the like real-time matrix, you have to go through this learning process of converting what someone else thinks is a better name to the name that everyone else knows. So look for the pressed signal, because why would you want? Because click is way too mouse oriented, is it not? It's completely leaving out the idea of touch events from a phone. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Uh, a pop-up will appear. So the node tab. Do we have a node tab? Okay, I guess this is a tab. And it doesn't have any signal stuff that I can control. That's probably visual control, I'm guessing. Tooltip, focus, mouse? No. Input, theme. Okay. Keep pressed outside button group. Action mode, button press. Okay. So that must mean, so when you register like in the web, on mouse, like there's on key pressed. There's on key down and on key up. They're all different, right? So key down always happens. Key up always happens. Key pressed is like this. And so you get three different events for the thing. Similar here with the button press. Um, and so that might be like the start of it and then releases the up of it. And there's a reason you almost always wire up to the release or the up or the press event. That's sort of like the official thing happened, and not the down. If you do it on the down, everything feels more responsive, but you can't cancel it. And so if someone clicks, like some people like to click a button and then say, nah, and then move their mouse over and up, you won't get a mouse pressed event or a mouse clicked event. You'll get a mouse down and a mouse up, but the mouse up won't happen on the thing. I'm probably confusing it for you, but just know that usually you do it on the up and not the down. I did a whole game where I did all the events on a down, and it felt great. It was so responsive, and people complained because they're like, I can't cancel my thought. My brain changed when I did this. Brain was like, do a thing, and then by the time I did that, brain was doing a different thing, and I was like, maybe you got super ADHD. They have medicine for that now, or like get a nap. And they're like, no, you got to change all the code in the whole game because if I do this, I need to be able to do this different. I was like, okay, you know, seems like a lot of work for me, but I'll do it. Let's hear some of these elevator sounds now that search has come through. Damn, there's an elevator sound for you. Listen, I have an elevator in my house. I know it sounds crazy. I'd recommend not getting an elevator in your house for a lot of reasons. Most of them are related to money, but also, secondly, it's pain and suffering because elevators need a lot of maintenance. It's like a high maintenance relationship in which you're always wrong. So maybe like most normal, I don't know. The point is, elevators, a lot of work, a lot of money, and this one sounds super duper creepy. This is like a pro life tip. If you're getting into elevators that sound like that, maybe don't visit that neighborhood so much. We're gonna put the open and the close in the project just in case we need that. Well, I'm also searching for doors. and we might throw a couple door sounds in there, but we'll come back to that. Right now, I need to get this button press worked. And here's another trick. So when Grok lets me down, I go over to Grok's mortal enemy, and what I do is I copy this whole screen right here, and sometimes I do this. I draw little arrows, and then I say, yo, ChatGPT, how do I play the audio stream player when I click on the SFX test button? And every now and then, ChatGPT will see that screenshot and know what I'm trying to talk about. And you're thinking to yourself, like, we are so screwed. The future is now. And you're like, yeah, it's really good at guessing though. Don't freak out yet. All right, when you click on, you need to connect the buttons pressed signal. Yeah. So leaving this language, you see the AI knows. It's just I'm joking around, but really, when you're working with AI and just like have this conversation, pretend it's the dude next to you at work, and you're just asking him a question, and you learn from the language change. You pick up on all these signals, and it helps you uh, it helps you deal with daunting black box stuff that you're going to run into your whole career. If you get a point in your career where you're not confused, not struggling, you feel really comfortable, confident that you know everything, not that you're capable of figuring things out, just that you know this stuff, you're on your way to being out of your career. You're going to be the old guy working on the mainframes, right? So just get used to, like, what I tell uh, my kids is when your spidey senses tell you to flee, that thing is like you don't know about networking or you don't know about this, take a deep breath and lean into it and just start messing with it. Start digging around. And for most things, networking may be the example. It's pretty much magic. But for most things, you can dig around and you'll get there. It just takes a little effort. But it's not like you're trying to, like, you know you don't need divine inspiration. It would help, but you don't need divine inspiration to get through this code. You just need to spend some time with it, like we're doing. I literally have never even seen this editor. I had to download it. I don't know anything about GDScript. I don't know about this terminology. I don't know about Python, honestly. Uh, I just never had to deal with it. Uh, but we're gonna figure it out. And normally in the old days we look up a book, or we would look up Stack Overflow, and now we just look up with AI. So let's get back to the task at hand. Uh, I had like slipped on this soapbox that was going by, and I couldn't get off of it for a minute. The SFX button in the tree needs to get selected, and click on the script icon at the top right next to the inspector tab. Okay, inspector tab, script icon, create a new history, script icon. Okay, I don't know. So far I don't like that because I don't know what the script. Oh, shoot, right here, script icon. Okay, so this is help.gd. Is it because I cloned the help button? Oh, okay. But where? So I'm going to look on this thing for anything that says help. So if any of y'all are familiar with Unity, on the left side, like over here, normally this is where um, you would have the scene hierarchy. That's what they call it. And you have game objects. And you attach scripts to those. That's kind of the normal flow for just about everything. You put a game object in there, you attach a script to it, which is like a C# class, and then you wire up some events or add some functions or whatever. And that's kind of how you get that, how you, how that script gets loaded into memory, that code gets loaded into memory. When that object gets loaded into memory, kind of initializes an instance of that code. So in our world here in the Redot engine, and I feel like an idiot still saying it. I don't even know if it's Redot or Redo or Redot, but what we need to do is figure out how to put some code behind this button. And when I did this thing, when I clicked this script button, which is conveniently located, by the way, I appreciate that. I was looking over here, and but see how it's wired up to help? It's because I copied that help button. Oh, is it down here on the bottom? So see how it says script? Oh shoot, I clicked it. Now it's all wonky. Okay. So what I'm thinking here, folks, is that instead, okay, I'm going to come back to this because we're wiring it up to the wrong thing. It's this help box. You see how they have the on button pressed? I need to get this to a different script. So I'm going to go back to my button. I'm going to try to change this help.gd thing. New script. SFX test. Okay, so it's given me a name already. I don't know if that's the right spot. Cellgen scenes? Probably not. Let's put it in. Let's see. This thing's going to exist within this gameplay scene. So, what are my options here? GD script. This is going to exist in this gameplay screen. So, or scene. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Let's see where else we should put it, because it should really be related to just this scene. Do we have a scene folder? We don't. And I don't know the asset path, like, you know, best practices for Redot. And so, like I said before, we're going to put it in the wrong spot. Just, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you know, like, start your bitching. The next guy is going to be whining about where this lives, but let's just pick a spot and roll with it. We're going to do, we're going to call this gameplay scene, and then put this SFX test GD. The node is default. Okay, I don't know. Inherits from button. Built-in script on. I don't know what that means. We'll create a new script file. The path name is valid. Okay, so that's kind of nice. It's telling you if it's going to work or not. And a base template for a node. Okay, with cycle methods. I don't know what that means. Default Godo cycle methods. But in, let's say, I'm going to relate almost everything to either the web or Unity. So I feel like those are probably the biggest two pools that people will have as experience when they come into a game engine like this. The cycle methods are probably like the scene life cycle. I'm going to guess. I could be totally wrong, but I'm guessing it's like the scene life cycle methods in Unity, where you can tie into these methods that are like it happens every frame, or happens only at the start, or happens only when the thing's getting, you know, deleted. You want to do some cleanup, stuff like that. All right. So now our we've got our SFX button. Let's click on our script. Hey, it's going to our right spot now. Cool. So what was happening before when I clicked this thing, it was taking me to the help script. We definitely didn't want to wire up our sound effect test button to the help script. Now we're good to go. Function ready, pass. Okay, I guess that means I'm empty, but it's maybe perhaps more important or more practical than that, saying don't even call this method. Like I'm saying, yo, I'm out. Like don't call me. So maybe during the compilation process of this engine, it looks for these methods that pass. as their body, and just completely takes them out of the compilation process, so they don't even have, so they don't get called. The way that works is when you compile it into assembly language, what's actually going to happen if that method doesn't get compiled out, there's a little jump. It's got to load some memory. It's got to load the address of this function. It's got to jump there, see that there's nothing there, and then basically go back to where it came from. So you end up with a few instructions um, that get called on every frame that are useless. And then if you times that by a game that might have thousands or tens of thousands of these, now you may, if the compiler is not super smart, if you didn't have this, perhaps you've saved yourself, like hundreds of thousands or millions of instructions per frame, and it adds up. I could be totally wrong, but that's what I'm assuming. And then so anyway, back to the task at hand. We need a pressed event, which they've got here. He's saying, okay, so on ready, we need to get our. I'm going to copy this and just paste it in. And we don't need this button. Bang, and this on ready seems like they like it to be at the top. And then we're going to declare this variable called audio player. So this is how we'll reference it in our code. It is a audio stream player, which this is the class name. So we wouldn't ever really change this. We could make this whatever we wanted. We could make this like audio player 6 or 23, this, like whatever. But this we wouldn't change. And then this, I'll have to figure out like what does the dollar sign mean? If that means it's like get a reference off the parent or something, what does the dollar sign mean? Let's just learn about this before we get too deep, because sometimes things will work in a pattern and we don't know why, and then we get screwed later when something doesn't work and it's more complicated. So dollar sign node name, so it's the node name. Okay, so it's this thing. It's the same as get node. Okay, so this is kind of a nice shorthand for this GD script, which is saying, hey, why don't you look in my scene hierarchy and find the thing with this name. It's that thing. Uh, so it's just a nice little shortcut for that. And then, so that's how we're declaring. We're saying, hey, when you've loaded up code, we want one of these things, an audio stream player. Go find it named this by this node name, and let me monkey around with it in code using this name. For all you, like me, people new to this style, it's helpful to understand, because that doesn't make any sense if you don't know about Python or whatever. This, is effectively just magic and gibberish. So now we know exactly what this line of code does. And so we now need to, so now we have a reference to this thing, and now this code is saying if this thing is playing, stop it, and then play the audio. So this helps you be able to just like click it over and over. If it hasn't completed yet, it's going to stop it. And you see this fancy little underscore function name here on SFX test pressed. I don't know if that's a magic name, if that's going to automatically get wired up, or if we have to further set this name somewhere in the button. I just want to look through here and see if it's got an auto added for us, or if that's a what we would call like a convention, a naming convention, so that whenever you have this like on underscore on and then ended with this underscore pressed, and then the name out of the middle here, if it's the name of the button, it gets automatically wired up. We're about to find out. Let's start it. Clicky. Anything happen? I'm not getting anything. So I don't know if it's wired up or not. I hope y'all are. This is in this stream where we've got a bunch of dudes that know what they're doing with this engine, and I know nothing about Redot or Redot or how to say it. I don't know anything about this kind of game. Sadly, I wish I did because it would super help. Um, but I hope that you can see that the way to learn, uh, like how to jump into something like this, is exactly what we're doing here. You just, you know, it helps to have some programming experience to be able to map the concepts. But at the end of the day, you just need hands-on keyboard and spend some time with it. So you saw when we were clicking that button, we weren't getting anything sound-wise. And what I believe um, we need to do now is figure out what the convention is for wiring up this event. So, okay, so it looks like this is saying there's a dot connect to pressed. Okay, so I'll show you what I like to do. We're going to look at this SFX, we're going to look at that code in our script. I'm going to paste this into ChatGPT and say, how do I'll say connect because I think that's the right word. I just read it up there. How do I connect SFX test button to this function? And then let's see if it tells us, like, there's, if we do it in the ready or where do we do this? So because this is a full, I get 24 hours with this code, and I'll stream as much of it as I can, unless I'm sleeping. I, am lucky enough to have an awesome wife, and she hopefully will bring me a snack because my stomach is growling. So I will eat on camera. You'll have to deal with it. It'll probably be a beef stick. We're going to connect this using the editor. All right, select the button. I couldn't find this pressed signal. It's saying go to the node tab of this button. And I just do not see a pressed signal in a signals list, you know? And this could be a situation where it's just right in front of my face, but I can't figure it out. So thanks, chat, for letting me know that the desktop audio is a little too loud, so I'm going to turn down the SFX compared to my mic. This headset mic is great for listening and not so great for talking into, so I'll have to get a real mic. My son's got a nice like boom mic thing, so I might have to just copy his setup because when he streams it sounds pretty good. Alright, so we need to double click the pressed signal. Method 2, connect it in code. Here we go. So remember we talked about this empty functions get this pass thing, I'm just assuming. Well, what we actually have to do is connect it. So so this ready event in most systems, it's like saying, hey, the class has been loaded into memory, and this is going to be a one shot. We're going to run this code one time at the beginning, and that's all. And so that's great because all we want to do is say, hey, there's a pressed event I'm looking for. Where is that pressed event? It's on myself. What is that pressed event called? It's this crazy name on SFX test pressed. Cool. We don't use semicolons in this language. So now let's see if this is going to work. Oh, look down here, folks. We have the compilation error, parsing error, because this is script. Slightly different than compiling. It's more like JavaScript and less like C# or C++, for example. So we have an invalid argument to the connect function. Thank you. Food delivery. Golden Island Korean barbecue beef. What is this? Beef? Pork? Oh, dried, smoked, and seasoned tender cuts of pork. So I got that to look forward to. And then good old Jack Link's beef and cheese. Make me feel like I'm in elementary school again. Maybe if it came in a lunchbox, be set. So this is saying down here, invalid argument for connect. Argument 2 should be callable, but is actually the name of this script file. Cannot pass a value as string as int. Okay. So I get what it's saying. I mean, I understand these words. Argument 3 should be an int, but it is a string. And so there's a variety of things we can check, but here's one cool thing. If you can select it and put it back into ChatGPT, I'm just pasting. I'm not even typing anything. Sometimes, if the context is like the memory of the AI, it's very small right now. Fast forward a few years, you're going to be stunned because right now we're using like 1982 levels of RAM for context, but we're getting memory added for AI in the hardware at a fast rate because it's so tiny right now. And the context is the memory, and it makes things like infinitely better. It's why you're not going to ever be able to have like good AI that's big in terms of understanding on your own desktop. It's because you just don't have enough RAM. Specifically context. But sometimes just pasting the error in is it'll be pretty good. So it's saying in Go.4, a slightly different API to earlier ones. Well, shoot, I don't even know what we're in. I'm assuming we're in the latest. We're 4.3. Okay. So this started in 2014? No, this started in 2007? 2014, it looks like maybe they went open source or added contributors. 2024 was the fork. Okay. Wow, it's been around for a bit. All right. And so now it's showing me, hey, your connect is wrong. We actually have to wrap this self part in a callable function. So I don't know what that is, but it looks like it's saying, hey, I'm giving you the like string name of a method, which is not usually how computers like to work, on myself, and this is actually callable, meaning it's code. Go ahead and point to the address here when you're compiling. Let's see if that works. I can't tell if that is compiling on the fly or not. Last time that happened when I just hit save. I do Control S like religiously. I do it without even thinking. I'm just like all day long. I'm just like Control S. I'm talking to somebody. Control S. I don't want to forget. Let's break. How do I? Let's just hit play and see if she runs. Hey. Okay, now we have a button. Hey, it jumped into this function. So we've wired up a button, folks. Can you believe we've got a yellow breakpoint, invalid access to property or key playing, that's this, on a base object of type null instance. Sweet. So this thing is null. Our audio player variable is null. Okay, so this is the famous null reference exception, which means this part up here didn't work right, or it hasn't worked yet. And so let's look and see. I'm not sure. So this we have basically two problems that could be happening. Because audio player is null, either this code up here is wrong, it's not finding the right reference, or it's happening after this ready function. So the ready function is happening before this thing. See how this is saying on ready? Well, does that mean do it after ready? Because if we're saying do it after ready, I can't connect to it before. Well, the other interesting part is it's when I press the button, so all that event stuff should have happened. So now I'm extra confused. Let's put this back into ChatGPT. Hey ChatGPT, audio player is null when I clicked the button. We need to the as you learn about a language and an engine and stuff like this, you'll rely on AI less and less for this kind of minutia, right? This is pretty basic stuff, right? Like we can't. We're still trying to wire up a button, but there's not a million things like this. There's probably a couple dozen. Wiring up a button, respond to an event, respond to this thing. Once you have those dozen things sorted out, you're kind of free to do a ton of stuff in the engine. So you don't have to worry about it this being your life forever, like you know worshiping at the altar of AI to hopefully give you some like nugget of inspiration. Instead, it's basically if we can remember enough, it's just teaching us. So it's saying this audio player is null because the shorthand is looking for an audio stream player, this thing, node as a direct child of the button. But in your scene, it's not. And so this is cool. This shorthand $ thing is not global, meaning it doesn't go to the top and look down. It's only looking from its self, whatever the self is, down. So I think if we just drag this bad boy underneath here, that would work. We'll find out. I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. But we're debugging. Okay. SFX test. Dudes. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So, for the sword attack is working. Okay? See how fun that is? This is programming, folks. It's been an hour and 50 minutes. We made a sword sound. Yeah. An hour and 49 of those minutes were struggle, right? It was just struggling. And then we got the sword sound. And that is the experience of programming, experience of making a game. It's mostly suffering and then moments of pure joy when it works. It's just nothing's working and then it works. And then nothing that you're working and then it works. And so uh, it's tough because it's the opposite of those like, you know, mostly extremely satisfying videos where you see like taffy being pulled out of a machine. It's just the continuous progress. No, it's none of that. It's just all broken and then boop, a taffy, appears. Uh, and as you could see, you know, watching me struggle through that, you don't know the answer until you know the answer. And so um, that's why I say it's important. Hands on keyboard, you just have to go in and find it out because you do need to struggle through it. But now we've learned so much, right? When we first started this thing, I didn't even know what I was looking at here on the left. And now all of a sudden I know that if I want this, the way that I wired up this button to work using this shorthand notation, this thing has to be a child of this thing. And I know that I've got to wire up the button presses this way. And here's how to make an event and play the thing and all this stuff. So it may sound like a tiny little victory, but it's actually, like I said, it's a pretty good step in terms of understanding
how to use a game engine like this. And while you're not going to be a pro expert in 2 hours, as we can prove today, you can go from literally zero knowledge, actually zero, to I've got sound effects happening, and I have kind of an idea of adding more stuff. And so your experience, you know, as it builds, will become much greater than just moments like these, because you'll start stacking, and you'll you stand on not only the shoulders of the giants that come before you, but on your own shoulders. You're just gonna have like tiny little copies of yourself, and you'll get. This is how you get good. So we got our button. Let's park button stuff for now. Okay, we know how to make a button thing happen, and then let's make some tunes happen. Let's get some tunes, and we just want to play music. And I'm looking for where my music folder is. I've got 4 giant monitors that sort of like, like I'm just like sitting within this like shield of screens. It's kind of fun, but sometimes you lose your place where you're at. So here we go. License. No, it's not there. This one with the door effects. All right, let's go back to our scene. You know what would be fun, maybe? Whoever put these workers in here, these things fall down when we hit play. Right? You see how they fall down right there? I know this isn't part of the original tasks that we set out. When we originally set out our goals here, we set SFX stubs, and then we got, yay, swish. And then we were going to go to music stub, but I wonder if we should do a fall sound. Maybe, or a landing sound. When those things hit, so that we can figure out the events of a thing in the scene interacting with another thing. So let's do that. I'm gonna call an audible here, and we're gonna listen to some more sounds. What do you think? Let's look. What do you think the right sound is for this thing to land? Like a thump? What is it? Is it is it like a footstep? I wonder if we can find some like environmental steps. Steps? Uh, let's look at the folder path. Folder. Okay. So, I'm trying to find a set of sounds that. So there's footstep sounds, horror sound effects. There's a lot of footstep sounds. Okay, let's just go into this folder and just see what we got. Okay, maybe this snow sound, stone, snow, snow's best so far. Not water, not metal, grass maybe. I don't know what this level's gonna look like. Probably not grass. Concrete. That sounds weird. Let's just go with this snow sound. And again, stuff can get overwritten later. But let's make it so that when these things hit the ground, where did you go? Where did you Godot? There you are. When these 3 things hit, we play that sound. And I don't even know how to do that, but let's, I don't know how to do anything. But we're looking at workers over here. Okay, worker 123. Okay, and they should have a script. It's in Celigen scripts gameplay worker. Okay, and now let's ask ChatGPT. I have a worker object in the scene that is falling, and I want to play a sound when it lands. And so I think that, oh, it's a type of worker. Okay. I think that, we're probably going to have to add another event, like this audio stream player, wire up the fall sound to it, and then we got to figure out when it hits, whatever, when it lands, to when it collides with the ground, that there's an event there. And so we have a collision object 2D on these workers. And I don't know what a worker is, but I'm assuming that that's something that gets called every scene. Like it's a, we can just ask it. What is a worker in Godot? Assuming it's got like an every frame update method or something. Da da da. ChatGPT 4 is kind of slow sometimes. And you can see how quick Grok was with that. A thread worker. So when talking about multi-threading, a worker might be used to describe a thread that runs independently. Okay, background tasks or jobs. So it's okay. So it's just gonna. It's an NPC worker. Oh no, that's probably not it. So yeah, it's a thing that's being run every scene, and so or every frame probably. The It just confused me because I don't know if that's, did we define the class worker? See how it says type worker? Or is a worker actually a gameplay thing where it's a worker like, hey, I'm working in this level. Maybe it's that. It's a bummer. So maybe it's a worker class. Hey, look, see how this is worker? This is character body 2D, and it's got that same icon. So we may have written the worker class. Celigen. Did we write the worker class? We did, I think. Is that what this is? Class name worker extends character body 2D. Okay, so I was wrong about that whole worker thing being called every frame. It's actually an extension that has of this character body 2D that has all these properties. Okay, which character body 2D is going to have the same kind of every frame stuffs. Die. Oh, we could give it a sound effect on die. We I'm wondering, see how this says applied gravity? Not is on floor. Okay, so is on floor is part of character body 2D. Wow. Okay, so this is like a high level concept. The idea that a thing is resting on a floor, um, which for game engines, that's kind of nice that that's built in because you don't have to write that junk yourself apparently. So what we want to see is how is this worker stopping on the floor so that we can play a sound when it hits the floor. So let me see if let's see, worker object in the scene. It is a character body 2D. Worker is a character body 2D object. And gravity looks like it's being applied to it. Gravity is applied. I want to get an event when it
is on floor, I think is how that was with the underscores and the parens. Yeah. And then I'm going to include all this code just so that ChatGPT has something to work with. And then I'm going to copy all this and put it into Grok and see if Grok hits me up sooner. All right. So this is saying falling under gravity, you can check is on floor method every physics frame. Okay. It's not my favorite method to check every frame, but sometimes you have to. So this is saying here's an updated script. So what are we looking at here? We got 104 lines of code in the script. And this is saying, you see this new function it added? Landed? I don't remember seeing that. Landed. Landed? Nope. Okay. So, func landed is basically, that's our own function that we're, what is it saying? Use space for indentation instead of tabs. Okay, this is my first gripe. You know, next time you make a programming language, do not make white space meaningful. You know, go back and read the history of CoffeeScript, and then get back to me after that. It seems like a good idea, but there's a variety of problems. One is, if you like to have your text really small, it gets harder and harder. Two is, if I have a hard time, seeing, and I want, if it's a pain in the ass. Like, don't make white space meaningful because I can't see it. I only see it in the context of other things, and so it's just a bizarre, because some guy didn't want to put like squiggle brackets or whatever in his code because he thought it made it look dirty, and now the rest of us have to, you know, deal with this. And God forbid if it's a bunch of code in this file or some other thing that everyone says they won't do, but guess what? It always happens because code's always, stuff's more complicated than you might think. It's just going to probably bite us in the ass in the future. So we've got this physics process thing this is new. Okay, so ready. Okay, our ready, what we need to do is actually wire up. Nothing's doing in the ready. We have this new physics process. Is that a built-in thing? Okay. We got a couple things going on here. So physics process might be a built-in delta float. Yeah, so this might be a built-in function. We'll put it in there. Oh wait, he's already got process here. Damn it. Okay, so yeah, because we've already got move and slide. So the way like physics works in games and a lot of stuff, where you're trying to move a guy and you don't know the frame rate of the machine that you're on. Like on the Nintendo NES, it was either 50 or 60 frames depending on the part of the world you're in. And you could like tell your character to move, like 2.2 pixels or whatever per frame. And you just knew that the frames were always coming at that speed. In almost all modern stuff, we're not frame rate. We don't lock to frame rate like that. Doom from 1993 was like sort of famously locked at 35 frames per second to be able to apply the physics and stuff. Well, nowadays you get this. You just basically assume that you have a dynamic frame rate, like the computer might hitch or it might be running super fast, and so you have this delta
time idea, which is a float, which is like the number of, generally it's the number of, the fractional amount of seconds that have passed since the last frame. And so when you do all your calculations for position and stuff, you have to multiply that times this delta, which is, like a 60th of a second or a 100th of a second or whatever. And that's how you apply continuous steady movement to your character when the frame rate's going in and out. That's what that is. And so that's what this process is. I'm assuming uh, it's called every frame. And so we've got this, we're applying gravity, giving it delta. So we're saying this is what's dropping us down, I'm assuming. And then we have move and slide, which I don't know what that is yet, but that's okay. And then our AI little helper said, hey, that's this process method is where you should actually do your work to check if you're on the floor. But we don't know, we need to know if we were on the floor prior to this. And if not, then we just landed. So that we're basically creating our own state. So what we need to do is actually have this was on floor Boolean added. Let's see, do we have it up here? Yeah, he's got it up here. And we're going to take this landing sound thing. So I'm going to probably start moving a tiny bit faster as I get more comfortable with this. Just FYI. So we need our landing sound thing, which we'll put underneath this worker, and then we'll figure out how to kind of refactor it maybe into the class so that we don't have to do that. But and then we have our new Boolean was on floor. We start off saying we weren't. We apply gravity every frame. Then we check if we're on the floor and we weren't on the floor, then we know that we just landed. We're going to call our landing function. And right now we say if we have a landing sound, play that thing. And then we say, hey, we're going to keep track of if we're on the floor. And what this happens is if this worker ever jumps or falls again, this state will get updated to it won't be on the floor, and then we'll be able to play the landing sound a second time, a subsequent time. So logically this makes sense to me. What we need now to do is wire up this landing sound. We have our audio stream player. We need to add it to this thing. Let's just start off by doing the brute force method and then fixing it later. Audio stream player. And when I say fix it later, I mean, can we add it to the base class, like this worker class? Again, I don't know. I'm not familiar with this language. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just don't know how yet. But for now, we just want to remember I like to brute force everything, get it working, and then once I have it working, I can refactor it back out into take the hard stuff and the annoying stuff and stuff that into the base class, and then never see it again. So it's great. So let's just see if this works. Because this worker class, it looks like we got 3 of them here, right? This, and if we don't put this audio stream player on all of them, then it's going to be null, this thing up here, landing sound, on some of them. And so that's why this if check happens. It's so that we don't have that null reference exception on these other 2 guys. All right, so we got that. We know we've got this audio stream player. Now, interestingly, this does look different to me than the last time we did it, doesn't it? Remember we had that like $sign thing? That was in SFX test. Remember this? I'm just pasting over here to show. See, it's a little different. This is saying export variable, and I don't know what the difference is. So let's just ask ChatGPT or Grok. Hey Grok, what is the difference between what is the difference between defining a var using export and onReady? We'll see how quick he gets back to us. Grok, what you got? So export. The purpose is make a variable editable in Godot's editor inspection panel. So this thing on the right, this inspector deal, I guess. Okay. And onReady is happens when we initialize. Okay, so this export thing
In
in Unity, I believe it's serializable field or serializable property. There's an attribute tag, and so in C# you can do hard braces around a word above a variable, and then in C#, and then in Unity in the inspector, you'll have a field there that you can edit without having to go into code. And so if we go into this worker, we should have a landing sound. Yeah, here it is right here. Okay. And so now let's do this. Let's change the name of this thing from audio stream player to like audio stream player landing, because we're probably going to have other sounds. And landing sound is an audio stream player. I'm just trying to figure out if this is going to work. So I just changed the name. So we have this problem where it's the name is both the type of the thing and the name of the variable, and I'm still trying to figure out how this works. So we have landing sound, which is this, and they've kind of nice named it here. They've capped it and taken out the underscore, and we know it's of type audio stream player. I'm wondering if we need this then. Let's try to do it without this. I'm going to delete that node. This will be a good one if it works. So remember before when we had this SFX button thing, we used this $sign, which we learned meant go to my hierarchy and look for anything below me named this. And that's the thing to use. That's how that worked. Over here, it looks like the way that you set up this worker, set up this variable via export, is we're just giving it a type and a landing sound, but this export is saying, hey, let the wire up of this thing happen at the worker level up here. And so let's assign it. Oh, it's saying select the node. So, okay, we just hadn't done that part. I was hoping it was going to let us go straight to picking a sound, but it wants us to actually pick a node. And so we're going to have to add this node back. So let's add the node back. Call it landing. See, I didn't know where that landing part was going to get wired up, and I didn't know how these export variables work. So now we assign it, and we should be able to pick this thing. Yeah, landing. Okay. And now in landing is where we should be able to pick our stream. That's a wave stream. And we should be able to pick the resource. How did we do that before? We had a little drop down here. Quick load. We're going to make the snow sound. That's our footsteps kind of a thing. All right. What do you think the chances of this bad boy working right off the bat? Let's do it again. So it's this worker up here, I think, is this last one. Okay. Now these other workers should have the same situation. So let's copy this thing and paste it. See if that works. We got landing, landing, landing. Worker, worker, worker. Assign it worker 3 to that one. Assign worker 2. Worker 2 to landing. Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay, so now you can see we got this. Now we're playing some sounds. Boy, I hope that that is, helpful to y'all because you can see where we went from, making a UI button, like why even wire up a UI button to this effect? Well, now we've pretty easily made our own landing event, like this worker's dropping out the sky, and when it lands, make a sound. And these things, like I said, it stacks. And as you start putting in different little effects like that in the game, and as they move, maybe they make like a groan sound or whatever. That's how you build that depth and complexity. So we'll come back to maybe the refactoring of this later because I'm assuming that whoever, all the other guys know about how Godo and Redot work and Redot. I don't know. Uh, Please, somebody tell me how do you say it in the chat. Um, Someone will have an opinion on how this stuff should get laid out, and they're gonna hate me for this. But we'll try to refactor it. I don't know how to do that, but we'll try to figure out how to get this thing into the worker class without having to do what we just did here, because we basically have three definitions. So another option, let's just test this out since we're here. Another option is to, this is going to sound kind of dorky, but we almost want to make like a sound lib container, um, some kind of empty. I wonder if you can do that. Just a node. So it seems like this node object is analogous to almost like a div in the web, maybe, but it doesn't even have necessarily a visual, but definitely a game object in Unity. And so if we call this node audio bin, I don't know what to call it. And then instead of this landing sound being applied to every worker, we put it in the audio bin. Then we take these out. And then on these guys, we assign it from the audio bin. Let's see if that's going to work. Because now we only have to define these audio things once per sound effect that we have. But I just don't know if that's going to work. Okay, seems to still work. All right, let's see what that's about. Okay, so that might be the test there. We have this SFX test. Remember, this one was
All right, I'm back. My headphones ran out of juice. So the remember we had this audio stream player. We wired it up to, what did we wire that up to? It was the swish sound, right? So if we change this to swish, it should break. Let's see if it breaks. See how this is null? Okay, so we're gonna find that $ thing and fix it to swish, and that should fix it. Okay, so that fixes it. And then, so because we're using this $ thing, it has to be like nested underneath. But the other way we did these workers was we did that export, that at export definition, and now we can pick them from this audio bin. Okay, so let's go with the audio bin thing. And now that we've done that, we basically don't need another, like we don't need this test UI thing here anymore, but we'll come back and delete that later. So, cool. What were we were about?
to do some major. Yeah, we did. We got the swish now, and we called an audible and went to the landing sounds. And now I think it's a good time to do some music stubs. So we'll play a few tunes and listen to them and see if we can get maybe the vibe that we're going for here, which is project containment. So I don't know, some kind of, we'll put some kind of tune in there. And then while we're listening to the tunes, I can mask my chewing of the foods. So let's get some of these tunes up. Music. Okay. Mega Game Music Collection. What is that? Percussions. Oh boy. We've got a lot of stuff here. Oh, is that loud for y'all? Seems loud. Yeah. Let's see. Medieval track. Actually used that in one of my RPGs. Mystical House. It's kind of slow. Might be a little too slow. I kind of like it, but I don't know if that's the like. I feel like we probably need a bigger beat. Maybe a little too much beat. We got scary theme. Okay, maybe it's too slow. Got a little beat. Feels a little slow, right? Space discoveries. Why are we in project containment? I kind of like this. Um, I don't know if it's the right vibe, but let's just go with it for now, so that we can figure out how to add some music to the game. So, and then like I said, it's stubbed in, and somebody's being creative, they can just replace it. So let us say, let's ask Grok here. How do we add music to the scene? We'll see if it's the same process of just adding this audio stream player. And yeah, so add the audio stream player, select it, and then so it's the same thing, just play. We're going to have to figure out how to repeat it. Oh, and it looks like it's saying here, musicplayer.stream.loop equals true. Would do that. All right, so let's do that. Audio bin. Let's add a child node. Audio stream player. We're going to call this music, and we're going to what do they call it? Quick load in this. Quick load it to. What is it? Space discoveries. That's it. Space discovery. Oh, look at this little visualizer they got in there. Nice. Way to go, Godo. And can we say it to looping? Oh, we can set this to autoplay. That might be the easy way. Maybe we do this right now and just see if that just plays. And it's not normally how you would do the music in a game scene, but we're trying to be efficient on time here, folks. So playing on. I'm assuming that gets set once it actually starts playing. I don't think you'd start with that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of feeling that. How easy was that? So, props to. All right. We'll get some electric beats in here. Oh, this is great. The guys are probably gonna hate that, but we're going with it. We'll make them replace it. So this is that was easy, right? You see how this stuff stacks. We knew that an auto string player was the thing. We knew how to load the thing. You're looking over here, got an autoplay, which is a nice touch. We've we've checked the music stubs box here. Autoplay via audio bin. I'm just writing these notes for the next person, right? Via audio stream player. So as they read it, they kind of know where's the music defined and all that. And then we say stored defined in. So what we might want to do is now I wonder. It should work. Let's add a folder here just for organization. We're gonna call it a node. It's a node, and we're just gonna treat it like a folder. But let's just call it SFX. And then let's just add that landing SFX to it, and then we'll create another one node. We'll call it music. No, we gotta call it a node first, and then change the name to music, and then put that music in there. And now these effects are grouped, slightly similar to our resources that are down in here. So that should help folks find it easier. Just just writing some comments in here. Okay. Next thing is a splash screen. All right, splash screen. Well, let's do this. Let's ask uh, Grok to make us a splash screen. What do you think? Hey Grok, make me a splash screen for a game called Project Containment. Let's just see what in the deuce this thing can come up with. We'll also ask ChatGPT-4. You see how up here I've got ChatGPT-4 with Canvas? That's good for coding, but not good for making images. So I'm going to start a new one with just 4.0 and see if it'll do that. Okay. And I'm going to try to sneak some of these Korean barbecue nuggets of delish while we're doing this. So Grok said, hey, screw off, I can't build you that image, and died during the process. And then we've got this project containment thing from ChatGPT, which I think it was trying to say breach here. It says containment beach. It's like, where do you want a vacation? So let's just say that's decent, but you can do better. And then this is a little bit, you know, yeah, that's pretty lame. I didn't say make like generic dude in hazmat suit. enhanced containment. Okay, let's say, okay, do this, but no text. Make it more awesomer. And I don't know if it'll understand what I want, but we're going to make it. Okay, this one's kind of cool. Wow. Normally the AI sucks bad at text, but it's been getting better. And so this one's possible. And it has the text built into it so well. I don't think this is the right image, but you know, dudes, it's it's kind of working. This one looks, I think, more interesting and indoors. The way that let's say we have monsters trying to escape and workers trying to contain them. Let's just give it one more shot. We'll pick one and run with it and see how we can do. We'll try to do a scene transition thing. And again, that's just a polished situation of, unless you're Braid, which has a super dope intro where the first scene you take control of the character, but he's in shadow, so it looks like a start scene. You just start running, and it's like part of the first level. Really, really good job there to shout out Jonathan for a very creative main menu. But aside from that, most games just have a starting screen. So we can have our start screen basically be a splash screen, so we'll just splash it and then go right into the level. We don't need to make people like force their way through it. So this Project Containment's got a monster and dudes, and it's maybe not relevant, but it seems like it might be more relevant. So let's download that and copy it and put it in here with our assets. Uh, Again, it's you only do it wrong, so we'll just call this images. I'll put this in here and we'll call this splash screen. And you see how this is a WebP? We don't want that. So what we want really is a PNG. And so I generally use this program called Paint.net, which is like a free, um, it's like a free Photoshop Lite. And then I just export it as a PNG. And I don't know, maybe Redot is happy with PNGs. Um, I mean, you can see how PNG is a lossless format, so all the pixels are the pixels. WebP is like a better JPEG made by Google, but not fully supported. I don't know if, like, we can ask, does Redot work with WebP? Uh, it's saying it doesn't know really. It's basically kind of lying, saying it might. Check with the docs. That's what I'm asking you to do. Let's see. What? All right. Well, I take it back. Let's just save it as a JPEG because it doesn't have to be pixel perfect. If this was a game where we were actually going to ship it to a store and stuff, we would want it to be probably pixel perfect. But it's also 10 times the size, or 4 times the size. So let's make it a JPEG. So now it's only a meg instead of 3.5, and get that bad boy loaded up. We're gonna say splash screen. It's gonna be in here. keeping some notes for the next guy. Commenting code is, you know, pros and cons, but it's helpful if you're dealing with multiple people on a project, and more comments the better usually. Okay, so now I think what we need to do is so there's a couple things we can do. We can make the splash screen, like our loading screen, just be a full screen image that's in our scene that shows for a second or two and then fades away or goes away. Or we can make it a whole different scene and load it, and then have that thing, when it's finished loading after a second, load the next scene. Now, um, there's pros and cons. The the pro of building it into this map that we've got here is that it's easier for you, the programmer. Um, if you don't have a lot of assets, it's probably fine. Downside is you have to like hide the thing so that it's not in your way while you're making your scene and stuff. And then if you make a third scene or a fourth scene, you've got to copy and paste it, and so it ends up being kind of the junky way of doing it. You would do that if you had a specific reason to do it. So what we're going to do is actually just make a new scene, because I think that's a good thing to do. So, and I don't know how to make a scene in this thing. So let's just say a new scene. It's a 2D scene. Uh, Splash root. I don't know what node this should be called. Let's see. Let's save it. It's saved into Splash. I don't know where the other scene is. Let's look. Project Containment. It looks like it's a TSCN file. Let's see where the other one went. So the other one is in Project Containment Cellgen Scenes. Okay, so this guy put it into his own um, folder, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. So let's just make a root folder called Scenes and put it in there. Okay. And then that's our splash root. That's our scene called splash. We have our splash root node. We want to look at this in 2D. There's nothing. We want to add an image, right, that we want to have here. So let's find an image. No. Wow. Okay, they didn't use. Is it just a node then? What kind of scene node should I use for a full screen image in Godot? A texture rect. Okay. If you need, let's see, static images are images that don't need to scale dynamically based on screen size. So texture rect doesn't sound right, because we need it to be able to basically full screen if we want it to. So this is saying a sprite is the word to use. We're trying to position it. And a 9-patch rectangle is for if you're using a button. The corners are, those 4 corners are different images. The 2 sides for left and right are different. The 2 tops and bottoms are different. And then the center is different. And that way you can scale a button to any size and it looks kind of like the same kind of a button. If you just have a picture of a button, then the borders actually scale up, so they get fatter as the button gets bigger and they get blurrier and stuff. That's why we use the 9. They call them 9-patch here. And then a shader material, which we're not doing it. This isn't a shader situation, so we're going to use a sprite. Sprite 2D. Okay, sprite 2D it is. And we need to probably set its source. So where do we set the texture? Quick load. I wonder if it lets us do this thing again. Can we find splash in here? Splash screen. Hey, bada boom, bada bing. All right, liking that. That was pretty easy. Just pick a sprite, import the texture, quick import, and then what I want to do is make it auto grow to full screen. And so sometimes the way that that's defined in layouts for images is you don't say like make it full screen. What you do is you say it's offset from the left and the right, and the top and the bottom is all zero, so it fills up. And that might be this. Uh, but I don't know. Maybe this engine is super cool and they just have a checkbox for it. But let's just fire it up and see how this looks, because this doesn't look like the full image, right? There's the full image, and I can't tell what I'm looking at here. This looks like a pixels, kind of a canvas thing, 0 to 1200 and down to 800. So 800 by 1200. And so let's do this. We'll put the we'll kind of align this top left in here, and we'll see when it fires up. We have to play this scene. See how this is like run the project? I'll bet this puts us into the actual game scene. Let's check it. Yeah, we don't want that. What we actually want to do is see this scene, which is this little like movie deal. Okay, and so now we can see what's happening. We're we're starting at the top left here, so this is correct, the viewport, and our picture is bigger. Remember, it went down to like this purple line here, and the dude here. Okay, so this is not scaling at all. You see how I'm changing the window size of our game, but the image is just revealing more and more, or less and less. It's because we're not actually, like changing dynamically the size of this image. And so we don't want that, because if you full screen this, looks like ass. It only is going to look good in the case that someone launches it at that exact size. So, not good enough. We need to figure out how to. Let's ask Grok. How do I make a sprite 2D scale to the size of the window?
Okay, so from Grok's answer, it's basically saying there's no inspector properties to make that happen, um, which is a bummer. It'd be nice to be able to sort of bind it that way, and maybe we can, but I don't see it. But what it is saying is you can basically make the code so that when that object is loaded into memory, you set the size dynamically then. So let's try that. So remember I had somewhere in this thing, back in the other scene, I had that little script icon. That's what I want right now. So maybe I do it here. New script. Okay, we'll call it scenes. We'll call this splash image. Okay, so now we have a splash image script, and we're just going to take what it gives us here, because we just have empty. See, this says extend sprite 2D, so this is running on our actual image itself, and we just have those two empty functs, rec and process, ready and process. And so what we're going to do is the ready now is saying get my viewport, which is the word for like our window that we're looking at, and connect, which is their way of wiring up events I'm gathering here, the size changed event on the viewport to me on viewport size changed function, which is this function, which actually just calls update scale. This is a common pattern to wire up to an event name that's specific to that, and then have it just call a function that does a thing separately, because we may want to call this update scale stuff, but we're not doing it from the size changed event. There might be another event like um, this is a kind of a bad example, but if we had a full screen event, we would still want to call update scale. We wouldn't necessarily want to call size changed. Bad example, but hopefully you get the idea. This pattern of wrapping a function that does a thing with a function that's just an event handler. And I thought on the other one that this had to be inside of that, what was it called? Callable? The callable function? We'll see if this works. I thought it complained last time we did this. Let's run this scene only. What's it complaining about? You see this? Invalid argument for connect should be 2 arguments. One of them's callable. So, still trap. Callable. Let's do that. See if this works. Run the scene. Hey! And now look. It ain't the prettiest, but it's trying. Okay? So that is what I would call progress. So now we have the event wired up. We've got our image scaling. We've bound it to this event. We now basically we need to fix this. So the problem that we were looking at, right, is that it's trying to keep the whole image in the scene instead of letting the image get cropped out or skewed. And so what we don't want is these bars at the top and the bottom. Instead, what we actually want is for the image to get cropped or skewed. And so uh, I love AI for this kind of stuff where you normally kind of got to think like, what's the math on cropping that out and the bin and the max and all that stuff. And you can totally do it. But because you only do it like once per project, you always forget what the actual math is. And you got to kind of do it. And you say, instead, nowadays, you can say, because you don't have to be a hero and remember like every problem here. This is a solved problem. So we could just say, hey, I want this image to crop or skew if the aspect ratio of the window is different than the image, so that I don't have empty bars on the top, bottom, or sides. We're going to paste that code in and then see what it's doing. And we can compare it here. So it's doing the same thing. It's getting the size. It's getting the texture size. It's calculating the scale XY the same. And then it chooses the min scale. And then, what the, oh, this is, okay, that was lame. It gave me back the exact same. So, instead of arguing with the AI, I think that's exactly the same. What I'll do is paste it into ChatGPT, see if ChatGPT has any better ideas before we spend time typing out a different way to try to explain the goals to the AI. So it's doing the similar first calls here. It's getting the scale. What in the Deuce. It's doing the same. Is it doing the same exact thing? What? Am I? Am I going nuts? It's the same. Oh, no, it's min versus max right here. Is that what this was? Yeah, this. They're min and max. That was the change right here. There we go. So that's much better. Is it perfect? No, but it's pretty decent. So we're gonna go with it. This was the one change, changing this from min to max. Okay, so now we have a splash screen that scales, the image scales. What we need to do is transition, fairly quickly, let's say 2 seconds, into our next scene. And so now, again, this is I don't know how to, in, you know, Redot, I don't know how to say load the next scene. So what I'm going to say is I am, I have seen, well, so here's the other weird thing is because I'm running this scene specifically, I wonder if it'll let me transfer out of it, but we'll see. I have seen splash running, and 2 seconds after load, I want to load the other scene. I'll paste that code in there so I can get it out. I want to load. Oh, wow. I don't know what the scene file is called here. Because .tcsn, if you see that in here, these .tcsn is used for, it's called packed scene. There's so many things that are packed scenes. It's making me think it's actually more like everything's a scene. Escaped entities, angry dummy, equinox love. So I don't even know. Let's take a look at this. I don't know what. Okay, I don't understand. Um, I thought, what is the TSCN? I thought it meant scene, but I guess not. File extension. Not great English, but I think it'll figure out the intent. It stands for text scene. Contains scene descriptions in human readable text format. Config files. What? Text scene? So this Equinox Love character body 2D has a packed scene. It's described it as a packed scene file. Okay. Sorry, folks, for the the random aside here, but I just was confused by these file extensions. And it looks like this stuff maybe didn't even work. Equinox Love, Swords, Light, Dark. There's a bunch of stuff going on in here. I don't even know if it's wired up. Uh, okay, but what's our level? Is it called theater? Is theater? Let's try it running theater if that's our scene or not. No, it's work selection. Entity work selection. So this is, oh, it's saying that doesn't work. What? Okay. It Menu, heal workers, disarm workers. Wow. Uh, let's get back and figure out what scene gets loaded. What scene? I want more debugging here. What scene is loaded? Let's play it and see if we can look at a. See if we can find what's loaded in memory here. So in Unity, on the left, when you're running, it loads. Oh, it's gameplay. That's what it was. Gameplay is right up there. So it loads the scene hierarchy, so you kind of see what you're dealing with. The gameplay scene. So let's see if we can find that thing. Show in file system. Okay, so it's in the Celogen scenes gameplay. Okay. So back to the whole point of this. I want to load the Celogen scenes on Windows. Caps don't really matter usually on paths, but on Ubuntu and Linux and Unix and stuff it does. So just kind of good habit to pretend caps matter. Um, that way when you, like for me, I've developed mostly in Windows, but I run all my servers in Ubuntu. So this is just a good habit. So you don't screw yourself. Okay, so getting back to what we're supposed to be doing here. Our splash screen, our splash image. So that's the other part. We have the image is updating at scale, so we don't really want to put a script on the image to do this. We could do it on the splash root, maybe. Let's just add a new script. We'll call it splash root because I'm that creative. And that way we're not having like the image cause the other scene to load, which would totally work, but again would probably irritate everybody and isn't the right thing to do. So what we can do is look over here in the ready. It looks like this yield function, get tree, create timer 2, so this is in seconds, timeout. Okay, I don't know what that means, but the timeout event of the timer maybe. So this is going to just stop for a couple seconds and then load the gameplay scene function will get called. And then that thing is this is how we get tree. So I'm not sure what that means, but it's obviously the get tree of it's like the top level hierarchy of some game object that's loaded into for this engine. Change scene is some event at the top, and it's saying go to this path. Now I'll be curious to see if the image actually loads or not. If this yield causes the timeout to like stops the scene from loading the image before it transitions. Let's see. Yeah. Let's change this to 20 and see what happens. Okay. Well, first of all, this thing, run project, is configured to play this gameplay scene by default. Like that's the configured scene. And so the question is, there's got to be some kind of project settings that says which scene do we start with. So let's look for that. Project settings. Come on now. Where are you at? Lost it, folks. I lost the project settings. Uh, well, that's pretty sweet. So, note to self: the developers. Let's see. I lost that window. Not overly exciting, but let me do this. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and probably just kill this thing and reopen it so I can get that window back, because right now it's like invisible, but I can't do anything with this editor, so I'm just going to like hard kill and relaunch Godot, and we'll get back to trying to figure out how this scene uh, start is where that's configured. I think it's there got to be project settings. So I'll see y'all right back in a sec. Yo, all right. Uh, well, let's kill this thing. And redo it. project containment. Here we go. Alright, we were looking for failed to load script. What the deuce? Parse error. Failed to load containment door parse error. Okay. Okay, definitely fires up. So we're there. Let's go project settings. This time don't lose it. Okay. Whew. This bar was right off the top of my other monitor, and we lost it last time, but now we are good to go. So, okay, so this is where the icon is, the Equinox love icon. Somebody was being super creative. The main scene is defined here in gameplay. So run, it's pretty simple, application run. So instead of this, we want scenes splash. All right, so now when we hit that F5, what? Okay, let's see how that works. I got to come back to this. But now we should boot to our splash screen. Now do I have to close this? It's dying. What's it saying? Yield was removed in Redot 4. Use await instead. Okay. Let's just tell ChatGPT to not suck as bad. Hey, yield was removed. Use await instead. Now, we did all that work to like make this image and whatnot, work. I'm wondering if they have that as like just a config option in the project settings. Be kind of interesting. We could try it out with another. So this is saying just use await and then call that dot timeout as a property instead of a string. I like that better. I like not having strings. I'd rather have props. So let's stop this, save it, run it. Cool. Okay, so this is now complaining, but non-existent function called change scene in scene tree. So let's tell ChatGPT about that problem. Okay, so instead it uses this function called change scene to. Okay, let's try that. Print error not found in base cell. I have a text scene, not a packed scene. It still works as long as you load into a packed scene. Here's an example. Okay. So we'll see if this is any different. If gameplay scene is pack scene, change scene to. Okay. It's still not. So what we want to see is what is gameplay scene? Is it loaded at all? Let's put a breakpoint in. Try it. Oh, did we not? We get past? I thought that's what a breakpoint was supposed to do, is stop you. Breakpoint me here. Ready to go. Huh. Okay, not sure Oh, I wonder if because this print error thing doesn't exist, that the script's just failing to be parsed. So it's saying push error. See if that's better. There we go. Okay. Wait a sec. It's dying again. Non-existent function change scene to in base in scene tree. Invalid call. All right. So this is the part I hate about scripting languages, is that that's this function call. Like I'm not dealing with strings right here. In this thing, I'm saying get tree, change scene to is a method, pass in a variable. This is a string, right? So this is going to have potential for error. But my code shouldn't. So, but it's a scripting language, so everything's basically a string in a scripting language. And it may be that at runtime we create this function, and so at compile time it doesn't exist, but at runtime it does. And that's why the scripting language will let something silly like that get through. And I don't like it. It's like in JavaScript, you can do the same thing. You make functions on the fly and all that stuff. So it's hard for the editor to let you give you a heads up. Um, there's pros and cons, but generally I'm not a fan for games that are complicated enough. Dealing with runtime errors, like I would rather that not let me hit play and die, not die when the scene transition happens. This is how bugs get out into games. Is that, and if you have, that should be a compile time error. And if you have to run over this line of code at runtime to know if it's broken or not, you're gonna have errors, you know. Uh, so it's just me being bitter about that. It's not my preferred thing. So let's see again. So like right now, I don't know, is dot current scene, is that a real property? Dot free? Like what's going on there? So we're about to find out. A little food delivery update. It's looking good over here, folks. So we got a gameplay scene here, which is, that's a heck of an ID. I don't know if that's in like quadrillions or whatever, but that's pretty decent. And we're saying that non-existent function. Okay. ChatGPT. This is the part that kind of sucks, especially when you combine it with scripting. So ChatGPT is just hallucinating code. So this is why, for technical stuff, easy stuff, a lot of it, AI will take it over, but you still need a programmer to actually see if the thing's being stupid or not. So I'll say to Grok, help me fix this broken code and see if Grok actually understands the code better. Let's give it a whirl. There you go. Look at that. Thanks, Grok. This is people harsh on Grok. It's not as good as ChatGPT, and they've seen some, you know, chart on the internet of the number of whatevers that it can interpret better at a higher percent of, how many Turing tests and blah blah blah. Yeah, for some things, but it ain't. It's not for everything. So that's why I use both. I just go back and forth. And when one treats me poorly, I go to the other one, and generally that's working out. So now we have this uh, splash screen loading up our gameplay screen, which is great. And let's just look at how it did that. So it loads the scene from this text scene file. It says, hey, if I'm a packed scene, which I don't understand because this is a text scene, but maybe load turns it into a packed scene. Uh, then instantiate that thing. So go and like make me one of these things. You loaded the text of what it would look like. Now go make it into an actual thing in memory. Now get me the current scene. If there's a current scene, queue free is probably saying, hey, I want this stuff to go away. You know, like memory manager, get ready. You're about to be in charge of getting rid of this junk. And then set the current scene to this pack scene that we just loaded. And then we add that thing to the as a child of the root. This is a little bit arcane. You kind of have to, like, you know, the setter for current scene should probably do this for you. It's just not a like that. That's a future addition to the engine. You know, this kind of stuff here, where you're having to manage like hierarchies that the game engine needs to know about, is unnecessary. But it's necessary right now. But it's the engine could be better. So maybe put that on the note of things to fix. And so now, let's check it again. It just does our splash screen, and we get into the gameplay after a couple seconds. We have our sound effects when the things drop. We got our music playing. You know, let me turn it down a little bit. I don't know if y'all can hear. You tell me, chat, if it's too loud. I'll turn it down on my headset too. And then we've of course got our sweet test button. So let's go back and look when we set out our goals for this sesh, like where we're at in that whole business. We had sound effect stubs. Yep. We got the landing sound in. We've got our effects now defined here. We got our music stub in. It played. That was easy with the autoplay. We got our splash screen in, and that thing auto loads into gameplay scene. Now, what I would love to do is move this gameplay scene out of this Celogen folder, because this is one of the dudes. Um, but I don't. I'm afraid. I'm afraid because I'm just afraid that there's like string references. So let's do a thing. Let's just we're gonna kind of like take a little side journey into let's look at this thing in a text editor and see what's in it. I'm gonna open it with Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code doesn't have the nice make the font bigger on the scroll wheel, so try that. Okay, so we are digging into the scene file, that gameplay scene file, the text. So it's loading up, okay, scripts. So the gameplay scripts, and basically other scenes. And I don't know why this door is a scene and the lift is a scene. I guess that's just a Godot thing. It's loading up this, remember our snow sound effect that when the things land, it's that sound. And our swish sound effect. So we're basically just saying, hey, get all this other junk from other spots. And load that into memory. And then we're just start defining stuff. So rectangle shape, defining a box with some properties. So it looks like the brackets syntax is how where you start a section, you start a thing, and then it's got an ID, and you can see it's kind of auto-generated IDs with this these character suffixes here, this 5 characters, and then it just starts props, and then it finds the next bracket, and that's the next thing. And so it's just going through and making a bunch of these things, a sub resource, and then setting properties until it finds the next thing. So we go through, make a bunch of rectangles, a bunch of nodes. The parent, see, this is the part that, see how these parents have paths like this? So this is the part that would scare me for moving that scene around, is it's got the paths to everything in text loaded into this scene file, which is fine. It's got to find it somehow. But you kind of have to just like pray that if you move like this gameplay scene file, you know, let's say I wanted to move it out into the scenes folder, that it might screw up those paths. I know it shouldn't be in here. I don't know if it should be in here, but I don't want to break it. So I'm not gonna mess with it. Feels weird, but again, like I'm a super noob. I've only been using this thing for 3 hours now, so I'm not the guy to go like clean up, you know, the project. But also on our list, we thought we might want to do a credit screen or an end screen. Now the problem with that is that we need to know what the win condition is, and for the win condition, I don't know what the win condition is. So we're going to put this one on pause. And for right now, I think we need to go back and watch a little bit of some gameplay. And if there's, Chad, if there's any other games that are relevant, or there's a link to a video that you think is relevant to figuring out what kind of game this thing is, um, pop it in there. Because like I know we're not doing this, right? This is like whatever this is. We're talking to this lady, and so while the note that we discovered said, "Hey, this is the kind of inspired by this game," I don't see it. I don't see it yet. While that's running, I'm going to have AI. I'm going to say, "Hey AI, describe the gameplay of Lobotomy Corporation to me so that I can understand what is important for making a clone." And it, again, chat, sorry you're going to suffer through me eating some snacks on this. It's rocking the long stream here. If you're just joining in, it's 24 hours, no information handoff between dev to dev to dev to try to make a game after 10 devs. And we don't even know the language or anything, and or what the game's about, because it's just everybody's going to add their own stuff. And so it happened to be a project of a game type that I have never played or seen, and in a game engine I've never seen, in a language I've never used. So it's been good. It's basically right. You know, I'm doing what I can, but we're showing how to use AI as a tool. It doesn't. It's definitely not magic beans, but it's a tool that we all have to learn how to use. And if you learn how to use it good, like or well, I, I treat AI as though it's a teammate who sits next to me all day, and we're pair programming. I literally, in my brain, treat it that way, and I think everybody should treat it that way, and just understand that the future of most any work that's going to be done, if your butt's in a chair and your hands are on a keyboard, you're going to have to mentally have that AI partner, because everybody else is going to have that AI partner, and if you don't, you're going to struggle, right? Because the AI partner can go fetch really quick and do a lot of basic stuff, and then leave you to be kind of the creative human, uh, and bring that to the table. So you have to learn how to work together. All right. So I wonder if I'm gonna see if this read aloud thing works. Like, let's read this text aloud. But I'll try to have AI to do it so I can eat while it's happening. Does it work?
Lobotomy Corporation is a unique blend of management simulation, horror, and roguelike elements where you play as the manager of a secretive organization tasked with containing and exploiting creatures known as abnormalities for energy production. Here's a breakdown of key gameplay mechanics and elements crucial for understanding or creating a clone. Core gameplay mechanics. Monster management. Abnormalities. These are the core entities of the game. Each abnormality has unique behaviors, containment requirements, and produces energy when worked upon by your employees. Understanding each abnormality's risks and benefits is crucial, much like managing SCPs in the SCP Foundation. Work types. There are different types of work employees can perform on abnormalities, e.g., insight, instinct, attachment, repression, each with different outcomes and risks. These mechanics dictate how you interact with abnormalities. Employee management. Agents. You have a team of agents, each with stats like fortitude, prudence, temperance, and justice, which determine their suitability for different tasks. Managing these stats is key to survival since they affect success rates and the mental and physical health of your employees. EGO. External gear of the origin equipment and weapons derived from abnormalities, which can be equipped to agents to improve their stats or give them unique abilities. EGO management is pivotal for dealing with tougher abnormalities. Daily cycle. Energy quota. Each day, you have an energy quota to meet by working on abnormalities. Failure to meet it can lead to penalties or game over scenarios. Cliffith meltdowns and ordeals. These are random events where either abnormalities become unstable or hostile entities invade the facility. They scale in difficulty and require strategic planning to manage. Roguelike elements. Permadeath and restart. If you fail, all your employees die, or you don't meet the quota for too long. You restart from day one, but you retain some knowledge and equipment upgrades through a memory repository system. This encourages learning from past mistakes. Story and lore. Narrative progression. As you manage the facility, you uncover the dark secrets of the corporation, which adds depth to gameplay. The story is told through interactions with AI assistants and through the lore of the abnormalities. Key elements for a clone. Complex abnormality system. Each creature should have unique mechanics, risks, and rewards. The variety and unpredictability keep the gameplay engaging. Employee stat and psychology system. Employees should have stats that affect their performance and mental state, with mechanics for panic, insanity, and death. Energy production and quota system. A clear goal each day to keep the player engaged, with consequences for failure. Randomized events. To simulate the chaos of managing dangerous entities, include random events that challenge player preparation and strategy. Progression through knowledge. A system where each run teaches you more about the game world, allowing for better strategies in subsequent attempts. Atmospheric and psychological horror. The art style juxtaposes cute with horror, creating a unique tone. The game should evoke a sense of dread and the unknown. Customization and management depth. Deep systems for managing your facility, from department expansion to research and upgrades, are crucial for replayability. Creating a clone would involve capturing this delicate balance of simulation, horror, and strategic depth, while also ensuring each playthrough offers new challenges and learning opportunities. Remember, the devil is in the details, or in this case, the abnormalities.
Okay, well, that was good for a snack break. All right, so what I'm gathering here is that it's a roguelike, this gameplay, and so days perhaps are like levels, and then damn, I'm trying to figure out the different actors in the scene, right? So you have agents would be our workers. Does that sound right? In the code, where we have, if we look through our code here, projectiles, workers, weapons, a heal zone. Okay. Let's get back to our what our level here looks like. Let's go to gameplay. So these are our workers. So this would be analogous to the agents. You have a team of agents, each stats with like fortitude. Let's see if these guys have stats. Psyche, resistance, swiftness, and determination. Okay. Worker have different. They're all kind of the same. Oh, this one's okay. Lower max health. All right. So the workers are equivalent to agents. And instead of all that fortitude, prudence, temperance, justice, we have psyche, resistance, swiftness, and determination. And monster management abnormalities, the core entities of the game. And so I guess we have to figure out abnormality details. Oh, let's go back to that. So they zoomed down on abnormality. And I'm trying to see that because I want to see what they launched it from. Boy, YouTube scrubbing leaves a little bit to be desired there. Okay, so these are, I guess these are the rooms. Do we send them in to work? There it is. Abnormality. So they have an attack, a work result, an instinct, an insight, attachment, repression. So we have systems that have to work together. So that's going to be interesting to, I'm also trying to figure out how do we pare down the systems that were for this game into a small enough chunk that we can tackle, right? When in like small numbers of hours. So as a weapon, it has looks like some kind of armor, maybe. I don't know if that's a thing that it uses or oh EGO. Wait, external gear of the origin. Equipment and weapons derived from abnormalities, which may be equipped to agents to improve their stats or give them. So EGO management is pivotal for dealing with tougher abnormalities. So maybe it's the drops. Maybe you get to see the drops. That's what that is. Uh, and then abnormality escape. Normal, normal, weak, vulnerable. I don't know what Flipfoth is. Uh, what did they say that was? An event or something? Flipfoth meltdowns and ordeals. Random events that either abnormalities become unstable or hostile entities invade the facility. So there's not just abnormalities, which I think maybe are monsters. Is that monsters in this game? And then assaulters. Maybe those are the. Let's see, hostile entities. I wonder if the assaulters are the randomized ones, and the monsters are just the known ones that we have. Okay. And managing SCPs. Okay, so we have gear. We have. I don't know what this Clipfoth counter is about yet. In terms of like, how does that go up? What drives that? The abnormality work favor. So they have work. Are we putting them to work? Produces energy when worked upon by your employees, or do our employees have to work on them? Okay. And then over here we've got abnormality details. 1, 2, 3, 4. Observation level, speed rate, success rate, speed rate, success rate. And so I'm not sure anything about that. But we've got. I wonder how many workers we have. Does it ever show? Control team period 5 sincere. So this is the tough part for me, just not knowing the genre. It would be like, imagine if you saw a screenshot of Diablo, but have never seen it or played it, and you saw them in town, and they were like, all right, you know, keep like build Diablo. You might not, understand maybe the the dungeon process or how the levels are generated or those sorts of things or how drops work or and so this is just my you know bad luck at a game that I just know nothing about. So it might take a minute here. So I'm looking at these. Well, let's go back. What was clicked on when that happened? Wait a minute. That was. That's like. Is that a whole room? You see that? Looking at that abnormality, it looked like a whole room. And this room had a timer on it. Select work. Okay. So we're selecting this. I don't know if this is a room yet. Maybe it's a room. And I'm trying to figure out like how these rooms connect. That's what the lifts. Okay, so this little guy came down from up here. Okay. And so you're scheduling these rooms to get worked on. And so your little dudes walk over to the room. Is that what's going on? What do you think, chap? The little dudes walk over to the room so they can do the thing. And then you're basically high level microing your dudes by clicking on each of the rooms that have an abnormality in it and telling it maybe telling what the task is. There's a progress bar on the left of each of these rooms. Okay, so that was a mission report for the day. A bunch of like gibberish. Okay, so they're picking a different day. What are we picking? What is this player picking? Okay, let's go to the next one here. Control team, information team, entrance door. Okay, well, let's keep moving. We're gonna keep this long play running in the background, and I'm gonna hope to glean some more insights. But what I'm feeling now is, you see these little green boxes? Those are the what I'm calling rooms. It might not be the right word, where the abnormalities were living in, or existing in, and our workers were going there to do a thing. And so, while I still don't understand entirely what these tasks are, what I did know is that these workers basically had to go through these doors to get to a room and navigate this map. And so what we can do is two things. One, we can make the workers look like something instead of the Redot icon, this face mask thing. So we can make the workers look like that, like look like something, and we can make them traverse this map. So I can give one of these workers the goal of getting to one of these boxes here, and make them figure out how to get there. Okay, so that'll be useful, because that is going to have to happen. So let's see. Let's get back to our notes. Changes text, and then instead of credit scene, we're now going to say uh, make workers look like a character walking, and then make workers pathfind to the target locations. All right, good. We got some stuff to do. So I have assets that I purchased for an RPG game that I was working on that are done in sprite sheets that have animation cycles and stuff. And there's a variety of ways you can do this. Um, you can kind of build the character animations using like polygons and animate them that way. You can also use sprite sheets where the picture's drawn out, and just kind of like swap back and forth between them. And so what I think we're going to do is probably use the sprite sheets. But the very first thing I want to do is get these worker boxes. I just want to like tie into those and get them moving left or right, and to see if I can get it to follow this floor path up and down. And once we have that box moving, then we'll be able to use the sprite sheets and figure out the animation state changes, you know, like step, 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 whatever, turn left, turn right. And we'll have, because we'll be able to make the box move, we'll have a good way to test that easily. And so that's the right order to do this. If we just try to wire up the sprite sheet right now, we won't necessarily, we'll have to then invent a way to test it. So we'll do the moving first. So we know that the workers have this script called worker, and because if you remember, we hooked up this new function. Was it this? Wasn't this one, was it? It was gameplay worker. Oh, and there's scripts worker. That's especially confusing. Uh, what is the new version? That's what I'm thinking about here, folks. I'm like, what is the? It must be Accelogen, the new one. Accelogen is the one where we added the landing and it worked. This other one has a bunch of properties and stuff. Oh, it's already got pathfinding? Okay, this is getting tricky. Um, because I don't know which. You see how this one's actually trying to pathfind right here, which we just talked about hooking up. So it's got a work order. We work to earn the right to work, to earn the right to work, to earn the right to work. So there's a bunch of code in here. Dudes. Okay. This is the part of the like mystery project that's it's super tough because I don't know. Check this out. We have like parallel universes existing for this scene and like these workers. We've got bullets, projectiles. Like it's looks like a bunch of gameplay stuff's been written. Uh, there's a whole bunch of properties. We've got weapons. Holy shnikes. And I don't see any of this from this. Can I? Okay, so I'm clicking on a worker. They do look like they highlight. Move around WASD. Okay, so the cameras are the WASD move. Select objects, right mouse button, or left mouse button. Zoom is on the scroll wheel. Default zoom is click. Okay. So we have our worker thing up here, Kyle, Elizabeth, and Kevin. Move. Attack. Damn. Oh, the interesting. mouse wheel is kind of like reversed how I imagine. The okay. Sorry, folks.
Just like getting trying to figure out what are we doing here. So we have I can click on one of these workers and then say attack or move, but I don't know. They don't appear to be working. You get points by containing a monster and keeping it secure by eliminating threats. Your job is to organize a team of workers that'll make sure to get through the quota. Okay. Well, there is a seemingly ton of code written for these workers already, but I can't figure out if this is used, or if there's a find references. Class name general worker. No. Wow. I'm struggling. Hope y'all are entertained by this. The pain and suffering of trying to determine. Because here's the thing. There's been at least a couple people in here already. You can tell, and it looks like there's a bunch of stuff written by this guy, Pew, and then a bunch of stuff written by this guy, Celigen. But some of it looks similar gameplay, and I can't tell if it was like a refactor or if we're using both sets of code. Uh, like here's like a confusing part for me is this worker script that we have that has pathfinding. So we've got like this code right here, find nearest elevator. Okay, and so it looks like this code is finding the nearest elevator. Where is that called? It's called right here, pathfinding pane, unjust pathfinding system. And I mean, like, so there's all this code written for this pathfinding, but I can't get those workers to pathfind. So was this ever working? Uh, I don't want to like throw away. This is a few hundred lines of code for this one file, and there's a bunch of files like this person's written what I can assume is maybe a couple thousand lines of code. I suspect. I don't know how many .gd files there are, but I guess that doesn't really work. I'm trying to look. I wonder if I could do it in code. Visual Studio Code. Well, anyway, let's see, open folder, and then I have this line counter extension. Globals. It seems like everything's a scene here. Dictionary of entities you might want to contain. One for containment, the other for escaping. Keys, entities,
Name the variable. Double check them. Escaped entities. So this is that worker thing. Player camera. That seemed fine. More of a press and drag. Cheats activated. Worker. Projectiles. Okay, so bullets. So there's not a lot going on there. And the projectiles. Let's just see what the scope that we're dealing with here. It's workers. So this worker GD is where a bunch of the code is. So we got some camera, and then we have these scripts that are really short and simple for weapons. And the different weapons each have a script. Play the animation reload. You see what I'm saying? Like somebody wrote a bunch of code to like fire a magazine or fire a gun and reload the mag and all this stuff. And I don't see any of that playing out in game. So it's hard to know if it was it like surely it wasn't just a bunch of code written but not ever run. And maybe I'm just an idiot, but if you name these TSCN files, if Godot wants everything to be a text scene file extension, then it feels like we're misusing the word scene. Right? Like if the pistol has a scene, I don't know. It's kind of like the Unity problem. Like everything's a game object. Maybe in Godot everything's a scene. That's gonna be my T-shirts. I'll sell those. Everything's a scene. Go Godot or re-redo. Cheat menu. How do you spawn that? There's like skip quota, complete quota. Like someone's been working on this. Damage indicators. Theater. Called when the node enters the scene tree for the first time. Insert dummy. And then we've got these entities. Entity placeholder. This doesn't make any sense. Least dangerous entities get the pew. So we've got some. So this is like metadata for like the levels of the weapons or the strength of their attacks maybe. And these are damage types. Okay, so pierce decreases the wind. Okay, so pierce against health, dread against sanity, oblivion against both. I do not know how to format text on export variables, and I couldn't find info about it. How badly will I hurt your workers? See what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of stuff here. I just don't know how it goes together. And it feels like this had to have been running somehow. So how do we get this to run? We've got to figure out how to get this to run. This is how do we figure out how to get it to run? That's the question. If the scene files had their unique name and not all these like .tscn, maybe we just search for that .tscn and see if anything makes any sense. see, heal zone. Progress bar, room containment. Okay. Let's see. So it would appear that this guy Pew did a ton of stuff, but I'm having a hard time sort of picking out how it's organized. Workers. Okay, so workers have weapons. There's a camera, the worker script. They have pathfindings in here. There's another scene file. Okay. And then the projectiles worker. I don't understand why that's separate, but then you have this miscellaneous cheat menu and damage indicators. Okay, so maybe perhaps like UI pop-up stuff. The level theater. Is that the level that we need? Can we spawn that one? Damn. What does it say? Work selection doesn't exist. Okay. Remember what I was talking about with the don't move stuff around because it's going to screw up those paths? Well, this might be it. Okay, let's try to see if we can find this work selection file. Work selection. So it looks like it's in scene entities, entity work. It's supposed to be at least. Where is it actually? It's actually in Pew, scenes, entities, entity work. Okay, so you see this problem here. That's because it got moved into this subfolder, Pew. Okay, so let's start fixing some of these. Scenes, entities contained. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, folks. We're gonna fix a bunch of these and just see if we can get one of these old scenes resurrected so that we can see some stuff in action and maybe give us an idea of where to go with this. We've got so I'm looking for anything that was this because these scenes like the res colon scenes got moved into this res pew scenes, the actual code, but none of these files got updated, and so they're all broken. And so what we need to do is figure out which ones of these got moved and if they need to get refixed up. Like, let's see. What the containment door? Let's see if this plays now. Well, we were in theater. That was the, yeah, theater. Let's try it. Let's get theater working. So scene instantiate. Okay. So right there. So look at this. We've got this sword. Okay. I'm starting to put it together here. Damn, it's like a Agatha Christie novel. Scenes are seem to be anything, really just anything. And when I was looking through those scene files, like this one here, it's building these dictionaries like sword, pistol. This apparently is the name of a gun, Steyr Aga 1. And it's loading those things from these resources called scenes, workers, weapons, whatever. But all that stuff got moved, and it got put into this Pew folder. So none of that stuff then loaded. And so what we got to do is have to basically fix up this stuff until we get something loading. That was me hitting the wrong button. That's the main. Run the current scene theater. And then this one's trying to load this scene's projectiles, so that didn't work, of course. This one's trying to load scene's projectiles. So we're just going to do this for a minute, fix up these references while until we get the damned scene to load. And so this is an entity dictionary. I saw that. Where was that? Where was that? So this, um, okay, this loader's failing. Dummy. So dummy. Where was dummy? Dummy. This thing. Yeah. Pew. 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 So let's look for res scenes. This thing's, I saw that damage indicator, that definitely moved. Um, the cheat menu was part of stuff that moved. Pretty sure. Let me double check. Let me double check. I'm not trying to break things twice because then it's harder to know if I broke it or if it was prior breakage. Yep, so that's been moved into Pew. Cheat menu. Okay. And then this damage indicator again. And then splash root, that's us, remember? We did lowercase scenes. Okay. So now let's just save all these. Okay, and then see if this is going to be happy with this. Okay. Now let's try this again. Okay. Well, the scene kind of loads. Look at that. And so this scene is called theater. And so I'm wondering if it's supposed to kind of like this. Like, is this supposed to be curtains? Is this supposed to be like a hideously complicated way of making curtains? Well, and do they separate? I don't know. But we've made some progress at least because now we're kind of like it's like an archaeological dig here and trying to piece together the story. And the story is, as far as I can tell, first guy is Pew. He goes, makes a bunch of stuff. Second guy, named Celigen, comes in. He's like, "Yo, Pew, your stuff sucks," and redoes a bunch of it. But didn't and basically like it seems like just kind of like copy pasted and like renamed the folder and just started over, but didn't bring over a lot of the stuff, or it's referenced, but I just can't figure out where. Maybe we could search for slash pew and see how is the pew stuff referenced from outside of the pew folder, and it's not really. What is this? Take reference. Oh look, finally found some. This one needs to be replaced with certain commands. First, check what floor the target is on. If the worker's not on that floor, go to the nearest lift. Once the worker's there, teleport it to whatever floor it needs to be on. Then go to the position where it's assigned to. If it's assigned to a containment room, let the worker go to the assigned containment room's door and teleport into it. Once it's done, the random positions throughout the map, or specific ones depending on who's programming it. Take reference on, okay, that old worker script, which had a bunch of stuff like pathfinding and everything else. Okay. And so this looks like it's checking movement requested. But movement requested is never getting set. Okay. All right. So perhaps what we've got here is perhaps what we've got is that we're in the middle of a refactor, which would be a butt kicker. So, for programmers, most of the time, it's kind of almost a universal rule that a programmer's got to bitch about the last guy's work. It's never done right. The files aren't in the right spot. They don't use the right naming conventions. They definitely don't capitalize things the right way. They never name the stuff. They don't comment it well enough. It runs poorly. Um, you get the idea. And that guy wants to refactor all of it. Uh, and then the next guy will come along and have the same, complaints about the last guy. And this cycle repeats. And so throughout my career, you know, I've been managing uh, programmers for the last 20 years. And essentially what I tell them is no, don't refactor. Refactoring is like, you know, brushing your hair after you just brushed your hair. You might think it looks better. Maybe it does. But for everybody else, your hair looks brushed. Like, you don't need to do it again. And so it's not like a huge value add because the next guy is going to hate what you do. So the only time it's a value add to refactor something is when it doesn't work, like when it can't work into the future. It just doesn't work. You've got a thing written that can only handle one worker at a time and you have to have 6. You're going to have to refactor that. But if you've got one that handles 6 and you need to handle 8 and the one that handles 6 can handle 8, but you don't like the way that it handles, you want it to be more generic or whatever, that's a refact that's brushing your hair twice. Like that, I would say no, you don't get to do it. And and basically you got to make the programmers sort of fight for the fight for the they have to prove that it's worth the time spent outside of just feeling better about it. Because what always is people don't like somebody else's code because it looks complicated, right? We just sat there and we read through all this. I'm still trying to figure out, right? It seems super complicated, and once you start like finding facts and putting them together, you can unwind it. And that's not a fun process necessarily. But what usually happens is someone sees something, has tissue rejections, like, well, this is way too complicated. I'm just going to redo it from scratch. And then they miss all the little nuances that made that old code complicated. And so now they've introduced all these bugs or all these misses for edge cases that the other code handled that the new code doesn't handle, but it's much cleaner, air quotes. I hate clean code. Clean code's the devil. Clean code to me says it didn't actually get tried and true in production. It didn't get run through all the edge cases. It's very I have seen quite literally I have written millions of lines of code, probably 2-3 million lines of code, and read 10 million lines of code or more. And I have never seen production code that's like that's super clean, and whatever that means, it just not doesn't exist. And some of that nastiest code looks nasty. It because conceptually you're like this method should just be one line. It should just be add to velocity. And what actually happens is there's like 28 edge cases, right? For the scenario when there's negative gravity, or the scenario where the designers made the ledges extend an extra 4 units of clear so that when the FPS game jump happens, you, the jump can happen late but still work even though you're not on the ledge because it feels better, right? There's just so much stuff that you got to, and so when you refactor something because you don't like the way it looks, you better be comprehensive and handle all the edge cases. And to handle all the edge cases, you got to know all the edge cases, which means you got to read all the code, understand it. And if you're just scared of it, you're not going to do that, and you're going to miss it. So anyway, that's the long-winded explanation of clean code sucks. It's usually mid-level programmer kind of a goal, and it's not from a bad place or because they're dumb. It's just because you haven't been bitten by enough snakes in the grass. Go get yourself bit by a few more snakes, and then you start wearing your snake boots, or maybe stop walking in that grass. So, anyway, it looks like to me that we had one guy that made a lot of stuff, but maybe put it all over the place, and another guy that came in and tried to consolidate some stuff, but didn't implement it all. And so, the reason that's particularly challenging for me right now is I don't know this game. I don't know this game genre, and it's not immediately apparent to me when I'm reading through the code and like this person's going psycho, as it were, here in this function. Like I don't know what go psycho means. I don't know what all these properties are intended to do, right? And now I can't see any of that stuff move around to know if it works. Because what do I like? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong scene, but every file's named with .tscn, so it's not like an easy way for me to see the like 3 or 4 main scenes. And I just want to see if what I want to know is does the old stuff work and it just needs a cleanup and a finish of the refactor, or do I just throw that all away because it didn't work? I definitely don't copy this because that shit does work, right? Um, it would be nice to know like which way to go here. But that is a luxury we do not have, gentlemen. So we get to figure it out. And unfortunately, that process is not super entertaining because it's a lot of reading. Uh, I basically need to read, like all of this and sort it out, like figure out what's happening here. On top of, just the fact that I'm still learning this game, uh, along with y'all, the game and the editor and everything else. So let's get to work. We need, well, we've got this old worker script, and it has, this is the new one, because this is where we put the the landing sound on it. And then it has a move to, go to closest containment room. Okay, so that doesn't have any code in it. So we need to figure out if there's even a way to way to holy moly, this thing's been loading up errors and 131,000 of them. There we go. Let's just say stop on that. The input map action doesn't exist. So let's just clean up some of the errors first so that we have a functioning error log. Because right now, with 131,000 errors reported, any errors we introduce are going to be impossible to figure out. So let's clean these up first. Let's try to snipping tool this because I can't copy it. Send it over to ChatGPT and Grok. Let's see which one likes it better. So this is saying navigate to the input map, input devices for Y. Name changer. If I was selected by the player and he pressed the left mouse, I should move myself to the position where he pressed. Okay. So we have to add these. Okay, so this is happening every frame in the script's worker script where it's trying to process inputs. And it's saying, hey, if I clicked on something and I'm selected, that's my move order. Okay, so let's start here. Let's fix this. This is actually kind of convenient because this is broken and it might just help us figure out how to get our guys moving again. So we need to get the left mouse click thing mapped. And that is in project, according to AI, project settings. And then there's an input. Input map, tab. Okay, so we have the camera stuff. Interface action, left mouse button, all devices. And let's see, add them in the action field at the top. Press Y and add new action. And then repeat the process for left mouse click. Huh. So I wonder if this is a version thing, because this other one's, because it shows left mouse click as an action. But we'll do it here. Okay. Save your changes. Hit close. Run this bad boy again. I probably ran the wrong scene. Right, was that this scene? Well, either way, we're not getting the billions of it had to be the real one because this is the worker script here is the one that was complaining. So we've got the debuggers now complaining about three things. The parameter resistance is never used. Okay, that's fine. Amount is never used. Parameter types, that's fine. That's just because it's not implemented. We'll come back to it. Okay, so if we click a guy, that should be selected, and then I say where to go. Okay, that's not working. So this is, oh, it's complaining about our load gameplay scene. The condition P scene and P scene parent is true. Okay. I don't know if that matters. That's about our splash. so we don't care about that right now. Looks like a non-breaking error. Hey, did you notice our sound only played once? Did we lose our mapping? Gameplay? Worker? Yeah, we did. Check it out. We didn't add this. There we go. Okay. So we got our sound back. We want to be able to select. So like this is Elizabeth, this is Elizabeth, Kyle, Kevin. And then click somewhere and have that. So see how selecting this seems to highlight it. Move. Attack. Okay. So if we go back to this worker script, we had a selected somewhere, right? Can we selected equals true? So if the event is the input mouse button and button index is 1, it's usually how it works for left click. Then I'm selected. The arrow is visible. I don't know about that. And sprite use parent material false. I will use my own shader. Okay. So I don't know about this arrow. Let's look into that. Control arrow. So I don't know these variables, what control is. This had a worker class, right? The selection panel. Okay. A texture. So someday we hope to change this. But for now, let's get them moving around. Get closest containment room. Get closest lift. Move and slide. Moves the body based on a velocity. Okay, so move and slide is looks like a built-in way to move that thing around. Let's see if we can breakpoint into the left click. Oh, weird. I have a click drag area. Okay. Okay. I don't know how the debug works in this. The breakpoints don't seem to work. I wonder if you have to play with debug. But I would love to be able to stop here and just look at inspect some variables. But I don't think that's going to be in the cards until I can figure something else out. Like stopping right there would be great to know we're in that event. But this thing right here shows the name, the health, and then we have this tabbed version of it. when I clicked that one, it clicked 2. So let's see if I do this, if it just does 2. And then this adds a third. Okay. So this UI thing, is it the selection panel? Let's see. Okay, let's go back to looking at, yeah, there's no find references. Compiled language would be awesome. Um, we gotta find out what's looking at that selected physics process. So if I'm selected, my move order, get global mouse position, direction, work order complete, name changer. Why? Let's just try that and see if that works. So if action just pressed Y and selected, so I'm clicked down there, I'm selected and I hit Y. It says name changer visible. I don't see the name changer thing. Okay, we'll just skip all that. So we know that this selecting is working because we're getting that little panel that pops up. And the question is that the selection panel thing on this, on the worker itself? I don't know what. I don't know. Selection information? Maybe it's this. Oh, this is it. It's got these labels here. So selection information. It's attached to a 2D node. So let's search for that. Selection information. So it's this thing. Okay. So it's panel config. So we're loading that scene thing. Panel container, new info. And then object attached body. Okay, so create new tab for the bodies, which would be the worker that we're clicked on. Yeah, if body is worker. And then we set the name to it. And we set those properties. Okay, so that's this thing. So let's see what calls this. Create new tab. It's up here on selecting. Let's see what calls that. We connect from one of these events, or what do they call them? Not events, something else. Signals. Create a signal, which will be triggered every time the selection has found something. So this is, what are we in? Void worker, ready. We connect on selecting with body entered. Body entered. I wonder if body entered is, it must be a built-in. Is body entered a built-in function of Godo? Okay, yeah, so it's built in for areas, physics bodies, character bodies. Okay, so that's how we're hooking up the mouse events. Right? On selecting. Select the container show. And so the question is, how do we deselect? Interface select cancel. Oh, what's the cancel key? Okay, that was in the project properties, right? For input map, cancel. We saw that. It's right mouse. Okay. So this is interesting. You can just give a string name and then assign it. It's kind of like you can do it either way. You can assign an actual event, like a click or a character press, or you can assign a string to one of those things. So you can kind of map it both ways. So this is saying, so let's test out this cancel thing. Oh shoot, we can't do it with this open. So when we click these, they get a little white box, and then we right click, it goes away. And then we can't click anymore. Okay, so the red part's not clickable. It's the background of this button is clickable. So that means that in Unity, what happens in the UI is you'll have a thing that you put a button on it. You can put a button kind of on anything. So you have your kind of like outer box, you put a button on it. And if you then put like graphics and text and stuff inside of that game object, if those things that you put in there intercept the raycast, then the button won't ever get clicked. And so it's pretty common to have the raycast interception be default on, and your buttons just don't ever work, and you don't know why. And so I think that's what's happening here. So the selection information. Did we have a scene thing for that? How did we? Let's see. Selection information. Oh, there's no history on this. All right. So this panel container finds the selection information thing. And how do we want the worker? No, it's the on enter. Oh, that's going to be tougher. So does this texture? Let's see. Is there an analogous concept to, how do you spell this? Analogous concept to raycast intercept target for UI in Godot and textures or areas. My button doesn't work when I click on the image inside of the character body. We'll see if that just gives us any pro tips here. Mouse filter. Have a mouse filter. Setting this to stop means it will consume the mouse input. All right, where's mouse filter? Filter inherit. Maybe not the same thing. It's got to be, right? Filter clip enabled. Mouse. Let's see. Button texture rect. Input events you can manually handle by overriding Z index raycast for textures. Areas for interaction. If character body has an area or area 3D, it does. You can respond to body entered. Yep, that's what we're doing. You might set an area 2D with a collision shape. For texture specifically, you might set up an area matching the textures area. If the image is overlapping your button, adjust the mouse filter. Let's see if we have a mouse filter in here. Nope. Collision. Nope. Alright. Well, can't worry about that right now. Okay. Well, let's just not worry about our clicks being perfect. We know we can click out here, click off. We just can't click the red. All the time. You can click the red sometimes if you're... There's something wonky in there, but... Okay. So now this selection panel has an attack and a move button. So let's look at those buttons. So it's where all this stuff is. Swiftness label. Did I mess that up? Selected tabs. Where's the move button? Is that not part of it? Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's like attack ranges and animations to play. And I can't find where those buttons are. This. And then I can't click. There we go. Attack. I want to find that button. It's got to be in here somewhere. Especially if all those are text things. So we want to match the case. There we go. Yeah, so this is where Visual Studio Code even whoops on Godo's editor, where Godot won't even show me the text. Inside of the scene files, which it's important because that's how I found that button, right? It was by searching for attack, all caps, because that's what it was. And now I see it. It's inside of the selection information scene. So it's this thing, but not the script. It's the scene of the thing, which is this thing. And so now I go find the attack button and the move button. Okay, and then we can try to figure out if they've got events or signals. Oof. All right, attack button. Where do you go? So its name is attack button, but that's not finding it. Is it wired up? How about move? Okay, so let's try to wire up this move button. let's see, on the other button we wired up a signal, right? Via our script. I wonder if we can just do this. Intelligent scenes, move button. Boy, I don't like how this default works, but let's just try it. Okay. And then we did it was dot connect. No, was that it? Yeah. On button pressed. Pressed. What is this pressed? Okay, so that's built in to button presses. Is it, what do I call that in process? Ready. We're gonna wire it up and ready. Okay. And then let's see, stub that in. On button pressed. We want to, can we log? What is it? Print? Was it? We could print error maybe? Just so we can see if it's getting called. There we go. See how it's showing up? Okay, so we know our move button now is getting worked on there. Let's do another one for the attack button. We'll just wire it up kind of the same way, just so that we know it's stubbed in. Okay, so now the attack and the move button should work. So the trick is then, okay, so now in that press, we need to figure out which of the workers are selected and then to go give them something to do. And the question is, how do we, like, where is that state kept? So when we create a new body, interface tab container, find child with that name, we create a tab. So I'm just wondering if we keep a reference to any of these bodies, or if I have to then search through the scene and find them all, or do I search through the tabs and see, you know, the names or what? Selected lists, maybe? Okay, so it looks like selected list gets cleared out. So selected list might be my thing. That would mean, where is this? So this is in selection.gd. Boy, this is where it would be nice to have find references, right? Like, where is this selection.gd wired up to? I wonder if Visual Studio Code can tell us that. Selection.gd. Look at that. So gameplay has a script and work. Oh, it's work selection. So gameplay is where it's actually mapped somewhere. Where is it? It's it's just an external resource. Gameplay.gd. Yeah, so the find in the Godot editor is not as good as just Visual Studio's find. We need to we're loading that script. Gameplay, camera, selection, help. I wonder if it's all of these. Pistol. Pistol. Oh. So funky. That doesn't change the scripts part. Selection.gd. How does gameplay somewhere in here has got to specify selection? It's workers. It's worker.gd. Interface area? Interface panel. There it is. Interface. Boy. Okay, so this interface node, control node, has selection in it, and selection is what contains our selected list, which is what we need to know when we're going to give the workers a command. So what do we do there? If I'm in the, if I'm in, so where's selected information? If I'm in the attack button, I'm inside of the selected information panel container. That damn. Selection information. So the panel container is in specified in selection.gd. The panel container has, so dudes. Okay, this is where we got to take some notes. Okay. What we've got, what we're working with here. We have the attack. Let's say we want the move button. We want that thing to work. That thing, it's in the selection information panel. Now that thing, the selection information panel, and now the selection information, now in the gameplay scene, we have the interface control. What is this thing? control, which has selection.gd, selection.gd, which has the selected list array of bodies, and side note, this is where in game development and really any system, when you have, let's say you have the planet Earth and there's like all the information on the Earth. If everything is instanced and contained and um, it's like object oriented and right, if you had information in your brain, somebody in Nairobi doesn't have that information, right? But the government wants that information, and so they want all the phones so they can get all the information. Well, in this case, like global variables, they're kind of like the government. It's like access to everything, but it's all in one spot. And so if you're the government, you love it. And if you're not the government, you don't love it. Now, when you're creating, uh, when you're the one that's creating the whole system, like the game, there's times when it's it's nice to have things kind of contained, compartmentalized, object oriented. But when those things have to interact, then having them be part of a hierarchy is irrelevant. And so what you have to do is build some kind of event system or some way for them to communicate, but not maybe to be directly tied to each other. So for humans, we have like language and texting and calling and all that stuff so that we can communicate and get stuff out of one brain into another brain um, without having to, rely on, say, like the Borg, the global government to understand everything. So when you're building that system, there's no right way. It's not a moral issue. It's it's unlike humans in that it's just which way do you want to do it. And so this is the part where when you're trying to connect things that um, are related but not necessarily in the same hierarchy, it can be a pain in the ass. Or maybe they are in the same hierarchy but one's below the other. So at any rate, it's a lot of work to figure this out. And this is kind of sadly, this is a lot of this. What you're seeing here, the struggle is it's the reality of when you're working on a big project with a bunch of different people, especially if you're new to it. And uh, you know why coding progress slows down the more programmers you have, the bigger your company is. It's not necessarily the size of the project; it's the number of people on the project. One guy can handle hundreds of thousands of lines of code. Might be risky to your company to have one guy just be the guy, but the stuff will get done quick. And so, but having 20 guys on there, you might make stuff happen quicker on the whole, but like the per unit output for a human goes way, 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 way down because you got to spend all your time coordinating and project managing and testing and asking questions and doing research projects like this. Like, I could have read 10 Little Indians and solved the mystery by now, but we're still trying to like piece this thing together. So, back to the task at hand. We're trying to wire up the move button and get the damn move button to um, be applied to the number of selected workers that we have. Let's see it. These are our selected workers, and we want to hit the move button. You can see we have move pressed over here. Well, what I want to console log next is move pressed and either a list of all the people or see this event 3 times, one for each. Kevin, Kyle, Elizabeth. So that's the goal right now, the task at hand. This panel thing has the button on it. That's in the selected information panel. This selection.gd is the script that's on the interface control. This interface control, and where is selected information.gd? Selection information. That gets pulled in from selection. And so this new info is a panel container with dot X for swiftness and stuff. So we should probably be able to just add object attached. So it has the body, selection information. So it has the body in there, but it's called object attached. So this is actually okay. So we have the worker body there, and then where is our selected list? Selected list is in selection. And then our move button is in the selection information panel. So I'm getting confused here. Our attack that's the problem. Our attack and move button where? We configured those out of something, right? What was that? We configured those. far in here for. Because everything's a scene. Which scene has the buttons that I want? Which scene has the buttons? It is cheat menu. That seems useful. There it is. Selection information. The scene. Selection information, the scene. In Celogen scenes. Okay. So this button's in here. And so I'm wondering if we can give the button we need the button to be able to basically back out of the panel that it's in and find the selected list. Okay. That's going to be okay. Well, I think I am going to take a short break and eat and get a coffee and get a little, you know, power nap or something and get my brain back to wrapping around this, unraveling this thing. So I got to really figure out what's the best way to, how, like where we're storing the state in, you know, and how to properly navigate the hierarchy. And in Unity, you can kind of sort of get out of the hierarchy trouble by exposing properties and kind of setting them from, like, the children can have properties that point to some parent, and then you can kind of assign it that way, and it makes things um, easier in code, let's say, at least. And so it might be that there's an export variable that I set here that makes doing this slightly easier, but these attack buttons aren't necessarily, they're not static, right? They're mapped to whatever's the selected list, this thing. So when I click this, I gotta somehow get back over to this selection information and then trigger the code related to the worker of that body that's in this array. So anyway, I'll see y'all in a short bit. I'm gonna take a small break. I'll see y'all.